presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are San Diego.
The Padres are back home at San Diego after a lengthy road trip. The Padres and D-backs get ready for a 4-game series. Game 1 on Fox Sports San Diego is next. Will Myers loves being here at Petco Park, and he loves facing the Diamondbacks as well. He's back home and against the Diamondbacks, a .421 average. On the other side, Yasmani Tomas back in the lineup earlier this year. A 2-home-run game against the Padres. Loves playing right here at Petco Park. How about a .500 average and those 2 home runs we spoke of? Welcome inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo along with Mark Sweeney. Welcome to Padres baseball. Well, the Padres certainly very glad to be home, and tonight they have Paul Clemens on the mound, and we've seen a healthy diet of curveballs and may see some more.
Yeah, and they've asked him to throw more curveballs. The reason why, it's that 12-6 rotation that comes into play. He has to show that early in the game. You look at the good ones in the break, it actually freezes the hitter on the good ones, the good location. You see him dropping it down in the strike zone. That's going to be important for him tonight. Different shapes of the curveball are going to be important to afford him to be able to throw that fastball at the elevated variety at the top of the strike zone.
So many different outfielders lately for the Padres, and they're all starting to fit in.
You know what? You look at the outfielders and you see the positioning, what they can do, but also it centers around Travis Jankowski in center field. What happens when you have a center fielder that could patrol a lot of real estate? That is going to be very important. Athletically, he looks very comfortable. Shades of a Steve Finley when it comes down to patrolling center field.
Last year, of course, the San Diego Padres had such high hopes. This year it was the Arizona Diamondbacks, and unfortunately for the Diamondbacks, it's been very disappointing, and it starts with their pitching. They have truly struggled. We'll hear from their manager and that topic when we come back here to Petco Park right after this.
Petco Park for game 1 of the series against the Arizona Diamondbacks. There you see tonight's starter for the Diamondbacks, Archie Bradley. Well, it is no secret that the Arizona Diamondbacks pitching staff has struggled this season, so I asked manager Chip Hale his thoughts.
This year's we got a lot of young kids now. You know, Greinke's back, Shelby will be back soon. But other than that, there are a lot of guys trying to prove themselves. Robbie Ray obviously has had 2 years now. He's becoming a big league pitcher. Last year we had a few more veterans in there, but just a lot of teaching, and sometimes you know, you just have to learn trial by error. You know, you make mistakes and you figure out, you know what, I can do this, I can't do this, and that's probably the biggest difference. But I see the light at the end of the tunnel with a lot of our pitchers, which is a nice thing.
In regards to tonight's starting pitcher, Archie Bradley, he says that they are monitoring his pitch count, but he has a lot of confidence in him as time goes on. When we come back, the Padres try to get back in their winning ways. First pitch coming up. Stay with us.
Baseball brought to you by Buick. By Petco, where the healthy pets go. By Kaiser Permanente, thrive. And by Pinnacle on the Park, make your new home here. Visit pinnacleonthepark.com for details. Now the Padres in the home whites, and so glad to be home after a 3-city tour. A lengthy road trip that did not go the Padres' way. And Paul Clemens and the Padres take the field here tonight at Petco Park on another beautiful night in San Diego. As we check out the conditions, it is 74 glorious degrees here as blue skies above Petco Park, and the Diamondbacks are here for the first of 4. The Diamondbacks lineup is brought to you by Hyundai. Gene Segura going to lead it off at second base with Michael Bourne, who's having a pretty good season this year in center field. Of course, we thought Pollock would be there all year for Chip Hale. Not the case. As Paul Goldschmidt bats third, he's at first base. Jake Lamb at third base. Yasmani Tomas, who we highlighted off the top, will be in right field. Wellington Castillo, the catcher, with Mitch Haniger in left field. Chris Owings is the shortstop batting eighth. And Archie Bradley on the mound will bat out of the 9th spot.
The Padres Got a Report brought to you by Anderson Plumbing, Heating, and Air. 5th start as a Padre, 7th overall for Paul Clemens. And look for that curveball early, the feel for the curveball. And he's thrown double the amount of curveballs in his last start against the Mets.
get the W. Back-to-back W's for him would be really good for the Padres to get off to a good start this homestand.
The umpiring crew into tonight's game. 4-man umpiring crew tonight has Mike Winters in behind the plate. He is, of course, the crew chief with Mike Muchlinski at first base, Marty Foster at second base, and Doug Eddings is the umpire at third. Really a veteran crew as crews go.
Yeah, the crew chief from San Diego area, actually an Aztec.
Now stepping in is Gene Segura to get it started here tonight, and the first pitch of the ball game from Paul Clemens is going to miss for ball one. We have talked about it before. Neither of us particularly like these uniforms that the Arizona Diamondbacks are wearing.
Yeah, not the best. And this is their first year donning them. And a lot of people have had bad feedback about the charcoal.
Something about the charcoal that just doesn't do it. And they've got like 3 or 4 variations of this charcoal color.
Yeah, you got to come in and flip a coin for what uniform you're going to be wearing.
Well, Segura has had a great year from the top of the order. But a .313 average, double figures in home runs with 10. 45 runs batted in, and Clemens working the top of the zone, or trying to, but he falls behind here 2-1.
Well, it makes sense for Paul Clemens to try to pitch at the top of the zone effectively to set up that breaking ball.
Andy Green back here at home, happy to be home after a lengthy trip, and Padres taking on the Diamondbacks here for 4 beginning tonight. And boy, that seemed like a very long trip for the Padres.
Long trip, and you saw it on their faces today how excited they were to get back home here at Petco Park.
A long time since they've been wearing the white unis. Well, Segura to lead it off. Bourne and Goldschmidt here in the first inning.
Now, to your point, Don, those long extended road trips in August, the dog days of August. I'm not a big fan of the long road trips, the 3 city trips. Hopefully they make adjustments to the scheduling.
Padres got another one coming up too. This is driven out towards deep center field. Jankowski will not be able to get to this. It is going to one-hop the wall out there. Plays the carom quickly, but into second base goes Segura as a leadoff double. They were playing Segura shallow into right center. That ball hit the straightaway center, and a double to get this game started for the Diamondbacks. Let's check out the Padres defensively, brought to you by your San Diego County Ford dealers. Left to right in the outfield, Alex Dickerson, Travis Jankowski, and Christian Bethancourt. With Jan Hervis Solarte at third, Nick Noonan at shortstop, Ryan Schimpf at second, Will Myers at first, and Derek Norris back in behind the dish. With Paul Clemens on the mound. Well, Segura just picking up his 31st double of the year. And now Michael Bourne showing bunt, but fouling it off.
Well, Michael Bourne's been a nice surprise for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Released by the Atlanta Braves and picked up because A.J. Pollock, the starting center fielder, was hurt. Here's Tony La Russa.
And Dave Stewart also alongside here on this road trip here to San Diego. And certainly they have come under some fire for what was a highly anticipated year this year, what they expected this year to be like. And you drew the comparison earlier to what the Padres sort of expected last year. A lot of expectations coming in, and didn't work out last year for the Padres, and so far this year not working out for the Diamondbacks either. They've had a fair share of injuries along the way.
Pretty interesting too when you have that higher expectation level, especially how the Diamondbacks played last year. They go out and get a Zach Greinke. They feel that just everything's going to be so much better, and that doesn't happen. That's a little difficult. So you start hearing rumblings about what's happening with people's jobs.
Now Bourne swings away, sends it to center. Jankowski out there waiting, and he makes the catch. Segura with good speed, tags at second, heads for third, and he'll get there standing without a problem on the fly out to center field. So a base runner 90 feet away with one down here in the first inning, and bring up Paul Goldschmidt. Earlier this year when the Padres were in Arizona, we saw some tough numbers for Goldschmidt, and at the time kind of struggling. You don't ever expect that from Paul Goldschmidt, but back to being Paul Goldschmidt again.
Well, he looks comfortable, obviously hitting over 300. Yes, the power numbers are not there. He is third on the team in home runs, but you know the expectation level when it comes to RBI situations. He looks to use the big part of the field, that right center area.
And this lineup often does not get a lot to hit and will be patient. He does walk a lot, 86 walks for Goldschmidt. That is second only to Bryce Harper in the majors, as Harper with 87 walks on the year. So the number is with runners in scoring position for Goldschmidt. It's outside, 2-0.
I see Travis Jankowski in center field. You pushed over to that right field because Christian Bethancourt is getting another start in the outfield. He's getting much needed at bats, but you protect the inexperienced outfielder in right field by Jankowski shifting over.
We're seeing a lot of different guys getting a chance to play in the outfield, and I think that's the way it's going to be here. This is sort of an ongoing audition for the rest of the year.
We always praise the opportunity, and I think every player is just dying to get out there, get at bats. So take a look at Chip Hale and looking at his team and how they're going to bounce back after a pretty good series against the Mets.
This will get away. Segura is going to try it from third. The flip to the plate, and he is safe. Just got in. Clemens thought he may have got the tag on him. Two collide as Clemens came in to cover. Did a good job in doing so. But sliding in is Segura with the good speed. And the Diamondbacks take a 1-0 lead.
Well, it looked like that left foot of his gets in just at the top of the plate. Nice tag by Paul Clemens. Good feed by Derek Norris, but just not in time. The Diamondbacks get on the board first.
And Clemens lucky he did not injure himself on the play either. So a wild pitch scores the game's first run. And Segura on his 150th hit, a double to get this first inning started, ends up coming around to score. So Goldschmidt at first and Jake Lamb the batter. Shows bunt, pulls it back, and takes a pitch outside. Lamb with 24 home runs, only behind Yasmani Tomas as far as home runs go for the Diamondbacks on the year. 75 RBIs for Lamb. Shifting on the right side are the Padres. They keep it close to the infield, and Clemens almost threw that one away. On deck there is Yasmani Tomas. 24 home runs. Center fielder Jankowski over towards left center as that pitch is down low. We talked about it off the top. Clemens maybe going to the curveball more than he has in the past.
Yeah, only you saw the first curveball to Paul Goldschmidt in the RBI situation, but you haven't seen too many. He's trying to drive that fastball location home. He's only thrown one curveball tonight. That only one was to Paul Goldschmidt.
Relatively slow worker, Paul Clemens, especially with men on.
See Paul Goldschmidt all the way on that third base side of the rubber. Big thing for him is where he can get that fastball location down and away to the hitter.
We talk about the home runs for Lamb. 24, 75 runs batted in. There's a total of 8 triples. Tied for second as he will swing and miss at that high fastball. Another fastball again from Clemens.
And that's got to be one of the pitches that he has to be effective with tonight, because it goes along with the curveball. You see the fastball at the top of the strike zone, right on that edge. It looks so good as a hitter. Just elevated just enough.
A lot of shifting on Lamb, as you might imagine. A 285 average against the shift this year, and Padres looking to turn 2 here on something on the ground. Instead, he'll take it the other way into left field for a base hit. Goldschmidt up to second base, and the Diamondbacks have 2 on with 1 away. A run already in.
Well, you see the two-seamer, and it's just a running fastball that still stays elevated. But you got to credit Jake Lamb for going the other way, seeing it long, and that balance is perfect to go the other way. And good 2-strike hitting by the Diamondback third baseman.
So 2 on 1 away. Yasmani Tomas coming up. Goldschmidt at second base, Lamb at first. And Tomas with the 25 home run season, 57 runs batted in. And there's a breaking ball for strike over the outside corner. No doubt, Tomas with great power. Mentioned a 2-home run game earlier this year against the San Diego Padres. Some dancing at second base by Goldschmidt, but the pitch will miss, and it's 1-1. Back-to-back curveballs from Clemens.
Well, interesting RBI, runners in scoring position, and you see Yasmani Tomas. The difference that I see is the reduced leg kick. I think it's a timing issue. So many people are using that leg kick, but the timing has to be right. Talking to some of the Diamondbacks people, they said he has simplified it. He has that raw power, so why not eliminate some timing aspects in your approach?
Mentioned the 2 home runs earlier this year against the Padres in a game. He has 7 multi-home run games. It's the most in the majors this year.
2 last night against the Mets, and they were bombs.
1-1 to center field. Jankowski out there will catch it, fire back towards the infield. No advance for the base runners. And Tomas is out number 2. We'll put outs out there in center field for Jankowski.
You know, we touched on it in our open about the outfield defense, and it starts with Travis Jankowski. What he does, he has a calmness about him that is really appealing. Watching that first step, the breaks, how he handles the outfield, how he controls where everyone is playing, constantly communicating to the guys to his left and right.
So far a 20-pitch first inning, and Clemens not yet out of it. With Goldschmidt at second base, Lamb at first, and Wellington Castillo the batter. Swings at that first pitch and carves it foul down the right field line. The Diamondbacks hoping to get Pollock back. Certainly the injury that hurt them so badly at the end of spring training.
Yeah, they said he went on his rehab assignment. He was swinging the bat well and had an oblique problem. So the frustration is, when is he going to come back? Is it worth it to bring him back with this troubling season that the Diamondbacks have had? I think mentally A.J. Pollock would want to get off the disabled list, come and play games. But when you're consistently having that troubled year, you're wondering, why not just play the younger players?
Back to the breaking ball again, and that'll miss. Goldschmidt at second base, Lamb at first, 2 down here in the first inning. Into Green's Padres coming in at 50 and 70, identical records. The Diamondbacks and Padres heading into this 4-game series. Missed again, not by much.
Yeah, it looks like Paul Clemens is getting underneath that breaking ball. Doesn't have that bite in the strike zone. When you get on top of that, you hear Mark Grant talk about it all the time, pulling it down like a lampshade. And you get that bite to it that really gives hitters problems to get out in their front foot.
On the ground up the middle, that'll find its way into center field. Goldschmidt coming around, he will score, and the Diamondbacks take a 2-0 lead. RBI single for Wellington Castillo, and it's 2-0 Arizona. Not hit terribly hard, but well placed. And a 2-out RBI single for Castillo.
Well, wild in the strike zone enables hitters to feel comfortable about their approach, using the middle of the field in an RBI situation. Frustrations continue for Paul Clemens. 24 pitches already, 12 balls, 12 strikes.
First and third now with 2 down here in the first inning. And Mitch Haniger coming up here now for the Diamondbacks. His major league debut August the 16th against the Mets. 3 RBIs in his first career game. 3 RBIs now. And getting the start here tonight against the Padres. He'll take strike one, bottom of the zone.
Well, Mitch Haniger gives them versatility in the outfield. The struggle has been with A.J. Pollock and who's going to play in center field. He got the start in center last night against the Mets. And tonight in left field.
Haniger combining between AA and AAA to hit a total of 24 home runs, 86 RBIs, 119 games. Between AA Mobile and Reno in 2016, a Southern League All-Star. 2-1. Long first for Clemens. Next pitch will be the 28th.
Heavy on the fastball tonight. You see the average. And also the curveballs. You can see not having a feel for that curveball early in this game.
Popped up. Schimpf and Myers. Myers along the line into foul ground. He'll take care of it and end the inning. The Diamondbacks get 2, take a 2-0 lead. To be taking a look at. Of course, the Padres in a very lengthy trip in this last trip, and a 5-game losing streak coming in. It started against the Mets, continued against the Tampa Bay Rays. And Archie Bradley, who has struggled lately, of course, pitching at Fenway Park, had a tough stretch against the Red Sox. He's got a 3-game losing streak coming into tonight's action. And overall, the year 4-8 with a 4.91 ERA. And Will Myers certainly glad to be home. A 3.44 average here at Petco Park after a tough trip for the Padres All-Star. Let's check out the Padres starting 9 tonight, brought to you by Toyota. Travis Jankowski in center field with Will Myers at first base. Got Hervis Solarte at third base. Alex Dickerson in left. Ryan Schimpf at second base. Christian Bethencourt in right. Derek Norris does the catching with Nick Noonan getting the start at shortstop. And Paul Clemens batting out of the 9 spot. Well, Archie Bradley on the mound tonight for the Diamondbacks, ready to work to Jankowski. That pitch is outside.
Here's a scouting report of the big right-hander, 6'4", 230, highly touted prospect. It's had mixed results in the big leagues, but watch the splits tonight. Right-handers are only hitting 210. The left-handed hitters 322 with 25 extra bases.
On the ground towards Owings and under the glove of Owings, diving into center field. Well, Jankowski aboard to get it started here in the bottom of the first inning. Padres trying to answer what was a 2-run top of the first for the Diamondbacks. Well, here are the splits you were talking about for Archie Bradley.
Now the power numbers for the lefties as well. Loves his four-seam fastball, has a changeup to go along with a knuckle curveball. And when you have something that the changeup that he doesn't use a lot, sometimes you can even eliminate that if you're a Padre hitter.
And Will Myers standing in, and as you mentioned, glad to be home. Tough road trip for Myers. A lot of tough offensive numbers for the Padres on the trip. .271 overall for Myers. 23 home runs, 70 runs batted in. Time call. Bradley holding the baseball a long time.
Holding a long time because Travis Jankowski is in the head of Archie Bradley already. Travis Jankowski has been the stolen base threat when it comes to the Padres. They've been very aggressive on the base paths.
Throw over, and Jankowski kind of leaning in the wrong direction initially, but able to get back to the bag.
Yeah, pretty important for Travis Jankowski to give looks, not only to himself, but also the bench. Get that aggressive lead. Get out there, get comfortable.
We're talking about splits for Bradley. Home 1-4, on the road 3-4. This is a Diamondbacks team that has not played well at home. They're 21-40 at Chase Field in Arizona.
That's not good. You got to play well at home, and 500 clubs on the road are successful.
Bradley falling behind 2-0. Last year 2-3 in his first go around in the majors. Travis Jankowski at first base. Nobody out here in the bottom of the first inning. Broken back grounder softly towards Lamb at third, on the run and in time to get Myers as Jankowski takes second base. Sounded like a broken bat.
Well, let's take a look at how they pitch to Will Myers. Again, the fastball in. They're crowding him a lot, and then you see that cutting action of the fastball away, then coming in again. 2-0 at times when things are struggling. You get a little too long and they break the bat here for Will Myers. His frustrations continue.
So one down here in the bottom of the first inning brings up Yangervis Solarte. Going to start at third base, batting out of the 3 spot, and Diamondbacks going to the shift. Castillo headed out here to talk to Archie Bradley.
Yeah, interesting pitch choice, because the first pitch changeup to Solarte, very aggressive swinger. But a lot of people say, what are you changing up on? You haven't seen anything tonight.
Outfield deep and straight away, and they are deep on Solarte. All the way around, with Bourne fairly deep in center field as well. That's to the backstop, and to third base goes Jankowski. Got a cross up. He didn't even move. Castillo did not get a real good look at that pitch.
That's pretty interesting, and I'll tell you why. Wellington Castillo, watch him. Ends up ducking on this pitch, and you wonder what he was calling, what Archie Bradley was looking at.
Something different, I'm guessing.
And that's after a meeting before. This is back-to-back meetings. So they have to get on the same page. You see Travis Jankowski on second base. He was shocked that Wellington Castillo didn't even catch that. Advances to third easily.
Of course, with the base runner at second base, secondary signs a lot, but apparently right there, Archie Bradley just lost his train of thought as to what he was going to throw. It's all fun and games right now, but Wellington Castillo, kind of a scary moment right there. So Jankowski on the wild pitch at third base. And that's a good pitch for a strike, 2-1.
Well, we've seen the splits by Archie Bradley, but he's limited opponents to a 188 average with runners in scoring position in his last 11 outings. He locks it in these situations.
Solarte didn't like it. Apparently grabbed the corner. 3 for 11 in the series against Tampa Bay. Home run shy of his total last year. It was 13 this year and 14 last year. On the ground right side, Owings the shortstop. On to first for out number 2, and scoring from third is Jankowski. So the Padres get on the board, cut the lead in half. It's now 2-1. Solarte picks up an RBI. Let's take a look at the keys to the game, brought to you by your San Diego Honda dealer.
Well, rattle Bradley early, and they have done just that. Hitting mistakes, but also havoc on the base pass are going to be pretty important. Padre hitters have to get back to basics. Identifying the top of the strike zone. It has been very difficult with that fastball elevated on the road trip.
So with 2 down, bases now empty. Alex Dickerson, the batter. 7 home runs, 22 runs batted in. He's at a 277 during this most recent call-up, and that, of course, started on June the 28th when he was called up this time. 8 doubles, a triple, 6 home runs, 18 RBIs, and 38 games played in this current stint. It's outside, and it's 3-1.
There's Alan Center, and talking about the fastballs elevated in the strike zone. I asked him, I said, what's your thought process? He said, go to your strength, go to what you visually think is down in the strike zone. See Alex Dickerson taking that high fastball. If it's your knees, if it's your mid-thigh, go to your strike zone that you are successful in.
So defensively for the Diamondbacks, Mitch Haniger in left, Michael Bourne at center, Yasmani Tomas in right, Jake Lamb at third, Chris Owings at short, Gene Segura at second, Paul Goldschmidt at first. Wellington Castillo does the catching for Archie Bradley. So 2 down, Dickerson with a 2-out walk, and here's Ryan Schimpf. Schimpf 0 for 7 in the series against Tampa Bay. 4 for 24 on the road trip for Schimpf.
Well, we saw Ryan Schimpf have a great game in New York, and he went to his strength, the fastball down and in. 2 home run game for him. 12 home runs, that's great power numbers in production.
A lot of his numbers, extra base hits. He's got 33 hits. 24 have been extra base hits. And he's ahead 2-1.
Well, he's thrown that changeup, and they've been easy takes for the Padre hitters. Seeing it early out of his hands, you wonder if he's slowing down on that changeup. But he's yet to throw it for a strike.
Not close, and it's 3-1. So those starters a little shaky out of the gate here tonight. Looks like he's going to get a visit from his pitching coach, Mike Butcher, headed out there. Ryan Schimpf talked about the 33 hits and the number of extra base hits. 24, 10 doubles, 2 triples, and 12 home runs.
Well, 15 home runs in El Paso, and you wondered if it was going to translate to the big league level. A lot of times it does not. But from the second base position and that home run power, I think the one thing moving forward for Ryan Schimpf is to get consistent numbers and consistent at-bats. And you're going to put up those numbers because the power numbers are there. The extra base hits, as you saw, pretty impressive.
There's Christian Bethancourt waiting on deck. 2 down here in the first inning. Padres have gotten a run back. Schimpf hits a high fly ball out to right center. Michael Bourne out there in center field will put it away for out number 3. Padres get a run. We played one. It's 2-1 Arizona.
He makes the play. Here comes Jankowski. He makes the catch. Glash makes the catch.
Dickerson coming in. He'll make the catch into the slide.
And that's going to be caught by Ryan Schimpf. What a catch.
Well, the Padres picked up a run in the bottom of the first inning. It's now 2-1. And a liner into right center field off the bat of Chris Owings. Opens up the second inning, and a fast start for the Diamondbacks right out of the gate here in inning number 2. So 28 first inning pitches for Clemens, and he is greeted by that line drive base hit to begin the second inning. Well, in between innings, the pitcher and catcher trying to get on the same page, no doubt.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a discussion either. It looks like, hey, listen, we got to get back on the same page, understanding what's going on. And that was the bench coach, Glenn Sherlock, just trying to get on that same page, because you wonder where that communication is, if there's a gap between the two. But obviously when a catcher is calling for a different pitch and a fastball buzzes his tower, that's not good.
No, that led to a run, of course. Wild pitch, run scored as this pitch is in there for a strike to Bradley. No secret what he's trying to do here, and bunt the runner over. And average through the lineup for Clemens, first time up over 300, second time better, but back up there again the third time. And he allowed 2 runs in the first inning, having thrown 28 pitches and 3 hits, a walk. Check at first, and Owings back to the bag.
Well, Archie Bradley, pretty good athlete, was recruited at the University of Oklahoma for not only baseball but football as well. So you wonder in these situations if they're thinking about that butcher boy.
Pulls it back, takes the strike over the inside corner. Bradley at the plate, 3 for 29 as a hitter. So far been showing bunt, and now down in the count 1-2. Short lead for Owings at first base. Solarte charging from third. Squaring again, even with the 2 strikes, and he offered at it for strike 3. So Bradley strikes out first K for Clemens, 1 down here in the second inning. It's time now for our Arco top tier player profile. We take a look at it. Gene Segura, and the updated numbers for him after a double in the first inning. Now has 150 hits. National League leaders, Daniel Murphy at 147 and Martin Prado at 147. And we talked about it. He's been setting the table, doing a great job for the Diamondbacks. And one of the guys that they're really hoping for big things this year, and he's been great.
Yeah, it's a nice pickup for the Diamondbacks. On a troubling year, you always have good stories. And that's exactly their good story. Gene Segura, coming from the Milwaukee Brewers.
Coming in to tonight's game, hitting at .313. 10 homers, 45 runs batted in for Chip Hale's club. And the bunt bid off the mound is Clemens. Good throw, and in time. Easily getting Segura as Owens takes second base. So Segura dropping down the bunt.
Yeah, not a bad idea to drop the bunt down, but the location where the bunt is. See Clemens with that right foot just sliding out behind him. Throwing an accurate throw to Will Myers.
So 2 down. Owings taking second base, getting into scoring position, and Michael Bourne riding a 4-game hitting streak coming in. The veteran flied out to his counterpart out there in center field, and Travis Jankowski in the first inning. And the curveball in there for strike 1.
Yeah, the back-to-back curveballs for a strike. 1 to Archie Bradley. And then a good feel for this one. This is good sign, because the first inning didn't have a good feel for it. Threw 7 curveballs in the first, and 6 were balls.
If Clemens is going to be successful, that curveball has got to be good.
Has to be there, and it's a feel for different shapes, different speeds of the curveball. But this second inning, you see him throwing it a little bit harder, and it has that break that you want from the curveball. Just affords you, and you're seeing a lot done in baseball now. The guys that are four-seaming at the top of the strike zone, and visually as a hitter, that's what you're looking at. So you'll give up on that slow breaking ball that Paul Clemens has this inning.
That'll skip in, and Norris able to gather it. Of course, Segura gets credit for the sacrifice on the bunt. So Owings in the scoring position with 2 down here in the second inning. Bourne will take ball 3. Clemens coming in for his 7th start overall, his 11th appearance of the year. Originally signed by the Braves. 7th round selection, 2008. Made his Major League debut for the Astros back in 2013. Pitched in 2014 as well. Was with the Marlins. Fly ball center field. Jankowski out there waiting. He'll put it away. They leave Owings at second base. Diamondbacks have a 2-1 lead.
The second. Well, a quick update on right-handed pitcher Colin Ray for you. He has chosen to forego Tommy John surgery and has instead received a PRP injection. Ray is expected to rest for about 4 weeks before attempting to begin a throwing program. Andy Green also mentioned him possibly throwing a few innings in instructional league this fall. So, of course, we wish him the best, guys.
All right, thanks very much, Michelle. Yeah, interesting news. I mean, you think about it, you hear that perhaps going to need Tommy John surgery, then he doesn't. And talking to Dr. Andrews, it was his opinion that this route may be the way to go. It's not a full tear.
We've seen some cases where that PRP injection has worked. So that's a good sign. And for Colin Ray, why not? If you're going to try to test it on later on, why not? If you're going to lose a full year and it's 12 months to 18 months with Tommy John typically, why not take that opportunity if the doctor suggests, hey, this might work and you could skip a Tommy John surgery? Why not?
Mark Sweeney, I know you are not a doctor, but do you have a good feel for what this shot actually does?
No, I have no idea. And
Bethencourt will send this to right center. Bourne has got good speed. Coming on to make the catch. Still got the good speed out there, and a diving catch out there. Head first to make the grab and robs Bethencourt of a base hit.
Well, tracking the ball, going forward, and laying out for the young right-hander, Michael Bourne. What a great story, both offensively and defensively. Controls a lot of ground. Archie Bradley loves that effort. But you asked if I was a doctor. Obviously, I couldn't even say what the injection was. So how could I be a doctor?
It's pretty clear you're not a doctor.
But I did stay at the Holiday Inn Express.
1 out, and it brings up Derek Norris. Something about a platelet-rich injection.
Yeah.
Yes.
You say it.
So that's what it is. Clearly, you get the platelet and then you inject it. Then you put it in, and then it helps fix it.
Yeah, it's all fixed.
That's it.
Easy as
You gotta
that.
figure it out. It's not that hard.
It's not that hard.
No.
It's hard to say it.
Yes. Well, we hope that it works. Derek Norris batting here out of the 7th spot. Seen different guys rehab and trying to stay away from surgery and go a different direction.
Well, there are great stories about Tommy John, but every one of them is not a perfect surgery. So why not for Colin Ray? See the smile on his face, but going into that decision, how many people you ask?
Line sharply, but Haniger out there and left. That one almost swung away from him, but reaches across his body to reel it in for out number 2. Another hot shot right at somebody again. Norris nothing to show for it. 2 down. Bring up Nick Noonan. Noonan 3 for 13 so far with the Padres this year in 5 games. Called up during the road trip for the Padres. Certainly saw a lot of him during spring training.
Now, a native of Poway, California, and Nick, this has to be a pretty special game for him, and congratulations. Grew up a fan of the Padres. I like what I saw in spring training of Nick Noonan. Obviously, his numbers in El Paso gave him this opportunity up at this big league level, but I like his at-bats.
He was hitting at 321 in El Paso at the time of his call-up. Graduate of Francis Parker High School. And a swing and a miss, struck out by Archie Bradley. A 1-2-3 inning first K for Bradley. Well, John Jay is going to be along with us when we return here to Petco Park. It's 2-1. Diamondbacks on top of the Padres. on top of the Padres 2-1. Of course, before the game, San Diego Padres center fielder John Jay, winner of the Heart and Hustle Award. World Series champion will be receiving a Heart and Hustle Award for the third time in his career. The award presented by, of course, Randy Jones prior to the game. A two-time All-Star Cy Young Award winner, throwing out the ceremonial first pitch of the All-Star game and giving that award to John Jay. And John is kind enough to join us from the Padres dugout. John, congratulations on that award. I know it means a lot to you.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's an extreme honor to be awarded the Heart and Hustle, so I'm extremely proud to have received this.
Well, you think about it during the course of this year, and this is in the air to center field. Jankowski's out there waiting, and Goldschmidt will be out number one. You know, you think about yourself, and I think of Heart and Hustle when I think of John Jay. So, I mean, I guess it classifies you, and I'm sure you're very proud of that.
Thank you. You know, I try to go out there and just leave it all on the table whenever I'm on the field. I love playing this game, and you know, you never know how long you're going to be able to do it for. So every day I treat it like my last.
John, it's been a tough stretch for you. Obviously, being on disabled list, no one likes that. Give us an update on how you're feeling and where you are in your rehab.
I'm doing well. The bone's been healed, which was a great positive sign. So now I just got to get a little bit stronger, and we got a great training staff here. So we're just working hard every day, and you know, looking forward to getting on the field soon.
Well, John, also too, when you're on the disabled list, I know you've done this before in St. Louis. You've helped Randall Grichuk. What's your responsibilities as a teammate when you're down there and you're on the bench?
I'll just try to help out as much as I can with everything. You know, I have a passion for this game, and I love hitting. I love the defense. I love just all aspects of it. So just watching and you know, trying to help out the young guys with whatever I can. You're
known as a leader, a guy who is that way when you were the Cardinals and have been the same here. How weird has it been for you to see so many of your teammates go here during the course of the year and not be around to the guys you started the year with?
Yeah, it's just part of baseball. You know, it's part of the business. You know, we were obviously going in one direction early in the year, and you know, we weren't getting the results we wanted, and we went in a different direction. But you know, it's just part of the game. You know, I've seen many close friends get traded over the years, and it's just part of the business, and you know, that's just where it goes.
John, we've seen you talking to some of your teammates on the bench, and we've got some shots of you, especially with Travis Jankowski and the playing time he's getting. Assess the young center fielder for us.
Oh, he's been doing great. A really good job. I mean, the speed he has, you know, you can't teach that. So it's something he needs to take advantage of. And the great thing with Travis is he's all open ears, and you know, he works hard every day. And I think you see that out there. He's made good adjustments hitting, and his defense has been incredible and stealing bases out there. So you know, he's got a bright future.
What's it like playing center field here at Petco Park? How does it play for the most part? Differences at night, during the day, as far as center field goes?
It's definitely fun. You know, I think outfielders, we like big outfielders where you have some space out there to run, and I think it's a fun challenge. And you know, during the day the ball does travel a little bit more, and at night it's a little bit, you know, the ball doesn't carry as much. But obviously it's a beautiful field, and it's been fun playing here in Petco Park.
John, I don't think people realize that the St. Louis outfield's pretty big as well, and you just touched on it. What are the differences when it comes down to St. Louis and here in the outfields and what goes on, especially here at Petco Park?
Yeah, I mean, St. Louis does, Busch Stadium's a pretty big outfield as well, but you know, this one's a little bit bigger out here. So a big double play right there.
Double play indeed.
Yeah, so it's a big outfield, and you know, it just depends on how hot it is out there, depending how much the ball's going to carry, but it definitely plays bigger than what people think.
John, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on the award.
All right, thank you, guys.
2-1 Diamondbacks. Oh, no doubt Swanson making his Major League debut. First Major League hit yesterday in his Major League debut. Dansby Swanson in front of his family in Atlanta. And you take a look at the 2015 first-round draft picks that are already in the majors. Bregman, Benintendi, Fulmer already making impacts on their respective teams.
Pretty interesting. Dansby Swanson goes from AA to the big leagues, and you're going to see a lot of that from the Atlanta Braves. They have a lot of prospects in their minor leagues. Also, Benintendi from the Red Sox also went from AA to the big leagues.
It's amazing that years past, when you saw a guy get drafted, you would not see him again for 4 years, maybe 3-4 years, letting him go through A-ball, AA, AAA, and the theory always was have him graduate from each level before you get to the next one. Really graduate A-ball.
Yeah, I think a lot
successful
of it,
at every level.
A lot of it is really comes down to how many at-bats you're getting in the minor leagues. So way back when, now the development is how advanced these guys are, especially with Dansby Swanson coming from a very good college program, advanced. So that goes into the thinking when you're drafting some of these talents. Obviously coming from the Diamondbacks and that big trade of Shelby Miller. But the Diamondbacks thought very highly of him and had to put him in the trade.
Well, Paul Clemens leading it off here in the third inning. 0 for 9 at the plate this year with the Padres.
Really does amaze me, though, how fast these guys can get to the big leagues, because you appreciate it. When the minor league, you felt like you were so far away, and you had to reach that level. As you talked about, that next level was a big step. And getting that opportunity in the big leagues, you almost felt like you were ready. And then quickly you realized you weren't ready because they were dominating you. They were throwing all the stuff at the big league level. Was nerve-wracking because you realize it's a huge step from AAA to the big leagues.
What's the biggest thing you noticed?
You know, just the breaking balls, the consistency that they are around the strike zone, and how if you have a weakness, they'll exploit it.
Well, Clemens strikes out. Second strikeout for Bradley. One down here in the inning. You may think this year we're seeing a lot of guys drafted last year getting here quickly, but you look back to the 2014 first-round picks and who made their Major League debut last year. And there were a lot, as it turns out, a total of 6. Of course, we know about Trey Turner.
Yeah, Trey Turner obviously is putting on a show for the Washington Nationals, but also Brandon Finnegan made his debut that year for the Kansas City Royals out of the bullpen. Now he's starting for the Cincinnati Reds.
There are guys who are rushed to the major leagues at times. It does not work out. Case in point, and Andrew Miller, former first-round draft choice, who, of course, gets to the big leagues of the Detroit Tigers, does not do well at all. As it turns out, takes him many years to find himself again, and now he's one of the best closers in the game, and one of the deals that, of course, was made by the Yankees recently.
Well, for Andrew Miller, to your point, looked lost at times.
For
it
years.
didn't look like he could even throw a strike. Now he's one of those dominating relievers in the game that can not only close.
Jankowski ringing single opposite field. He's 2 for 2 in the game.
Now back-to-back at bats for Travis Jankowski, and handling that high fastball at the top of the strike zone. Watch him go down in the balance. When you look at the balance straight through here and all the way straight through down there through the baseball and that line drive approach. He has improved with every at-bat this year and his playing time.
Padres have 2 hits on the night. They both belong to Jankowski. Single to center, single to left, and now Will Myers. Myers grounded out softly to the third baseman, Jake Lamb, first time up. Well, among leaders, 25 for Jankowski, but Billy Hamilton at the top of the list, setting the pace, 51 thefts on the year.
Well, 25 of those stolen bases, but only 94 games. And most of those games at the beginning of the year were defensive.
There he goes. Pitch is a strike. Throw down is a good one. It's on a hop, and it's in time. Jankowski caught stealing Wellington Castillo. Did not get it there in the air. And Jankowski looking into the dugout, and Mark McGwire on the phone.
Well, this is the good look here. Watch that left hand.
I think he's safe.
Now the concentration is on the ball. A nice job by Segura, but laying that tag down on the back part of the base. Travis Jankowski in my opinion, got that left hand in.
Yeah, just kind of held it there waiting for the contact, and it looks like the hand got in before the contact. Nice pick on the one hopper. The throw beat him, but I don't think the tag did.
And I still believe this is an adjustment for the middle infielders, because so many times this was an automatic out. Now with instant replay, it's not automatic. Seeing a lot of these plays reviewed.
And then on the head first slide and trying to work on that hand. Not sure if he got something in his hand or not, but he was holding on to it.
Yeah, that's that diamond drive that cuts into the palm of your hand. Here's another look at it. Very good slide in for Travis Jankowski.
I didn't even realize that. So it'll actually.
Yeah, it actually carves right into your palm of your hand because you're gliding it across that diamond drive. See him taking a look at that.
Yep.
That hand of his.
I haven't done a lot of head first sliding in the major leagues.
Well, that's the reason why so many. And I'd love to see that too, by the way. But you see those sliding guards a lot of times, and the guys will put them on there just for that purpose.
Well, Jankowski probably wishes he did. And the umpire is taking a very long look at this. Call on the field is out, so it would have to be overturned. The challenge here by Andy Green. And the Padres on a caught stealing call. Paul Navarro, the trainer, over to add some tape onto the hand here. And the umpires now have a decision. And he is now safe. So the call on the field overturned. Successful stolen base attempt by Jankowski. Hopefully that hand is okay. Into scoring position with one down. Get another look at the play that was just overturned. And in right there before the tag. Myers had taken a strike, so he's down 0-1. Takes a ball this time.
Well, this is still a stolen base situation for Travis Jankowski, and the reason why, Will Myers up, the power right-hander. Jake Lamb's going to play deeper at third base.
What are you seeing differently from Will Myers in the second half of the season?
Well, he's basically guessing more, in my opinion. You've seen a lot of fastballs early, and I look at the difference of pitchers that without the protection, and nothing against Yangervis Solarte, but you don't have the Matt Kemp presence, you don't have the other guys that have presence behind him. They're throwing anything at any time.
So he's not getting a lot to hit.
There's not a lot to hit. He's going to have to be very selective, but staying in the strike zone is very important. I think he's going to benefit from this time. Is Yangervis Solarte, who's had a tremendous year. It's not slighting him at all. But I think you poll everyone around baseball. I don't think Solarte is hitting 3 and 4 in a lot of lineups.
Strike on that outside corner. Myers didn't like it. And full count now.
It becomes that guessing game, Don, and that's the difficult thing when you're trying to search for it. When you're struggling, a lot of it has to do with those pitches you're getting, and you're fouling them off. You're not squaring them up.
Myers batting with one out. Jankowski in scoring position at second. Padres trailing by a run. And a liner that is going to find its way into right center field. Jankowski's being waved around third by Hoffman. He's going to try and score. The throw to the plate is going to be cut off, and the Padres tie the game. Well, that liner, Jankowski was not entirely sure initially. He was headed back to second base on the line drive. And with his speed, but Hoffman decided they'd take the chance, and scoring is Jankowski without a problem. And Padres have tied it up 2-2.
So many times you work on the reads at second base if you're a base runner. This was a tough one because Will Myers ends up getting jammed, fights it off, and it looked like he was going to sit for Gene Segura. You watch that pitch inside, it runs in on Will Myers. You see that two-seamer, and he fights it off. Good hitting by Will Myers, but Jankowski has to freeze. He thinks this is going to sit. This is what amazes me, his speed and the turn around third base. Glenn Hoffman making the right decision. Tie ball game.
He threw it in another gear when he got around third base, no doubt. And this game is tied 2-2. So Myers with the RBI single and his 71st RBI of the year. Solarte grounded out, but picked up an RBI of his own first time up. Had to throw over, and Myers having to dive back again. Up and away.
Well, Archie Bradley has been very aware of the base runners for the Padres, and it has disrupted his rhythm, in my opinion. Travis Jankowski's speed, but now Will Myers, and he has shown stolen base opportunities he's benefited from.
Enjoy the season series against the Diamondbacks as Solarte. They shift on him on the right side. And a foul off to the left out of play. Last of the third, and the Padres have tied the score. This is defensive alignment with Chris Owings, a shortstop coming to the right side of the infield. Outfield, deep and straight away. Solarte with 13 round trippers on the year. There goes Myers, and a little hit and run. Base hit into left field. Myers keeps on going to third base. He'll get there without a problem. Solarte with a base hit, and it's first and third with one away for San Diego.
We see the elevated fastball again, easier for the hitter to make adjustments, but Solarte staying inside this baseball. This is a professional at bat. And easily Will Myers goes into third base with that shift. A good read, but also really good hitting by Solarte.
Second visit in 3 innings by the pitching coach Mike Butcher. Out to talk to Archie Bradley, who's lost his last 3 straight outings. 4-8 on the year.
Well, right before the game, Will Myers, and having that tough road trip, you come back, you get to work. See Alan Zinter communicating with him and staying down on the baseball. But sometimes it's not necessarily mechanically, it's just get things out of your head, feel good about it, and get to work.
First and third, 1 out. Alex Dickerson, the batter. His second plate appearance tonight against Bradley. And a fly ball foul. Ask about the tee. How much does the tee help? When you're working out, I mean, you're in a situation where you're trying to get better.
Well, I tell you what,
standpoint.
It's a great training device, and I loved it because it reinforced because of Mr. Padre, Tony Gwynn. But I loved the hitting tee when I was in college. And Alan Zinter, it basically does is it simplifies it. You put it in that location, the contact point, and you go to work. A lot of kids these days don't like working off the batting tee because it's boring. It's not something that's being thrown at you. It's not a pitching machine. But when it comes down to it, when you simplify it, when it comes down to it, Alan Zinter understands the importance of Will Myers. Listen, let's get on this. Let's get on top of the baseball, and let's work through the baseball, because when he does that, he is very dangerous.
I never liked the tee because I would always hit the rubber part and never the ball.
And the ball just dropped.
And it was very frustrating.
I've been there.
Who's on the ground right side? Segura will boot it from third base as Myers scoring. And the Padres will take a 3-2 lead. That had a chance with Dickerson running to be a double play ball. Instead, it is another run for the Padres, and it's first and third again. 3-2 San Diego.
Now this is a flat-out boot by Gene Segura, trying to turn it too quickly, and then Yangervis Solarte advancing on that error by Segura.
RBI is credited. And a 3-2 Padres lead. First and third again. One out. Ryan Schimpf, the batter. Fly down to center field in the first inning. 0 for 1. So Bradley thought he might have been out of that inning, and now still only 1 out in the inning. He's got to throw more pitches.
Well, I think the success for left-handed hitters has really come into it. Coming into the game, 322. And Jankowski setting the table, and also Solarte going the other way with Will Myers in between.
And Schimpf flying out to Michael Bourne in center field in the first inning. Amazing how quickly teams would be able to figure kind of your strengths and weaknesses out as a hitter. Doesn't take long.
Doesn't take long at all.
And I guess it's about making adjustments as time goes along. They adjust to you, you adjust again.
Constantly hearing that in this game, what you have to do to simplify it. The ones that are elite players, they simplify it, but they don't miss.
Solarte at third, Dickerson at first. 1 out, 2 runs already in. Padres now have the lead. And that's upstairs again.
You've seen the Padre hitters really zone in, and they are staying off Archie Bradley's high fastball for the most part. Christian Bethancourt waits on deck.
Outside, ball 4, and down to first base goes Schimpf. Second walk given up by Archie Bradley, and loads the bases.
That tells you everything right there. Chip Hale, the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, frustrated with his young right-hander. 3-1 changeup when your command has been all over the place. I don't know how many changeups he's thrown for a strike tonight, but the percentage is not good.
60th pitch of his outing coming up. That's through 2 1/3 innings. And here's Bethancourt, who lined out to center field first time up. That was in the second inning.
Now for Christian Bethancourt, looking for that fastball, middle.
Now Castillo out to talk to Bradley. Diamondbacks pitching has been a problem, no doubt. We'll take a look at last year's numbers compared to this year's numbers, and they were hoping for so much more. The bullpen especially different this year. Part of the hierarchy here tonight on the road here for the Diamondbacks, who came off a long road trip, home very briefly, and back out on the road again. Bethancourt with a hack and a miss at a fastball over the inside corner. It is Solarte at third, Dickerson at second, Schimpf at first. With 1 out here in the home half of the third inning. Foul back, and it's 0-2.
Big swings by Christian Bethancourt. Gets him behind. Now he's got to shorten his swing.
'30th pitch coming up here of the inning for the starter Archie Bradley. Oh, 2 pitch is swung on and fouled back, still 0-2. Bethencourt thinking he might get a fastball, did. And fouled it back.
Done this so many times. You see this game and it's slowing down. And you can understand what's going on tonight. A lot of shaking off for Archie Bradley. That's frustrating. Wellington Castillo has been this game longer than Archie Bradley, and they are not on the same page tonight.
Right out of the chute, too. I mean, it was first inning. Check swing on a ball in the dirt. Did he go? No. They check with Mike Muchlinski. We'll get a better look.
I thought this was pretty close. Christian Bethencourt gets another opportunity.
Action in the Diamondbacks pen. Escobar is up, the left-hander. With only one out here in the third inning. 2 runs already in. Bases filled with Padres. Bethencourt, kind of a late swing there, fouled back. That's the breaking ball. It could be fooled, but got a piece.
Now back-to-back breaking balls. Let's see if he goes with that elevated fastball here.
On the ground, up the middle, into center field, a base hit. Solarte will score. Dickerson behind him is in, and the Padres take a 5-2 lead. Christian Bethencourt drives in a pair. 3-run advantage for San Diego.
About a 2-strike hitting by Christian Bethencourt. You got to love it. Take a look at how Archie Bradley attacked Christian Bethencourt. Bases loaded, so he's going for the downs. First pitch, he gets that pitch. A little long on the swings. 0-2 with the fastballs. Then you see another fastball elevated. Then he goes to the breaking ball. The check swing, and then another one, fouling it off, getting an opportunity to drive runs in. You take a look at Wellington Castillo. He wanted the ball up. You see that glove? Fastball down, another mistake by Archie Bradley, and his frustrations continue.
Now Derek Norris, first and third again, and he takes strike one. Norris lined out sharply to Mitch Haniger in left field, first time up. Chip Hale stand with him right now, although he's got Escobar warming in the pen. Runner goes at first and stops. Throw to first, and safely back is Bethencourt. Almost got caught in no man's land. Kind of a start and a stop, but he recovered and gets back.
Watch Christian Bethencourt, the fake break. You got to get back. That right hand slips into the back corner of the base.
Schimpf at third, Bethencourt at first. A 4-run inning so far for San Diego. And a ground ball towards short. Owings will go to second for one, on to first, in the dirt, dugout by Goldschmidt. It is a double play and puts an end to what was a very productive inning for the Padres. Travis Jankowski gets it all started for the Padres. Going to get on, going to steal second base, and then going to score from second base. Padres lead at 5-2 now. schools of the trade focuses on Travis Jankowski.
Well, you go back to the best play he has made all year and the importance of it. Travis Jankowski against the Philadelphia Phillies. Brandon Maurer is on the mound, and he was struggling at the time. This is the second out of the inning, but a very important inning. I thought the Phillies would have tied it if that drops, but Travis Jankowski and his breaks and what goes on in center field, he has an understanding of this field at a very early stage of his career.
It's like a full moon tonight here at Petco Park in San Diego. Brings them all out of the woodwork.
It's like the lipstick didn't go on very well.
On to the fourth inning. A 4-run bottom of the third inning for the Padres. Clay Hensley joins us from down below. It's been a wild one so far in this one, and a very tough inning last inning for Archie Bradley.
Yeah, it's nice to see the San Diego Padres bats wake up, and what I like about this is mainly a little bit of the small ball action.
Pounding ball back up the middle into center field, and Wellington Castillo has got a base hit here for Arizona, and certainly so important here for Paul Clemens to have a shutdown inning after the inning the Padres just had offensively.
Well, Clay, how important is that? You see the 4 runs at the bottom of the inning and the shutdown inning like Don talked about.
Yeah, and that's the thing you want to do when you go back out there. I mean, you want to have a quick inning, get the guys back in the dugout, and let that offense start working again.
Mitch Haniger standing in here with Castillo at first base. Clemens getting a double play ball to get out of the third inning. Walked 2 so far in the game. Clay, what have you seen from Clemens so far tonight?
Well, I think outside of the first inning where he was kind of a little sporadic with some of his location on his pitches, I think it looks like he's starting to settle in a little bit. I know Bosley and him have been working from that third base side of the rubber, and I think that might be one of the keys for him to start getting extended and locating that fastball a little bit better.
On the ground towards third, sharply hit and by Solarte. Could have been a double play, but the hop gets by him and into left field. And instead, it's first and second now with nobody out. Big difference there.
Well, the second hop to Yangervis Solarte took off towards left field. It's a tough play because it's an in-between hop. You see that second hop just scoot on his glove side. The frustration for Yangervis Solarte, he feels like he should have made that play. And to your point, Don, that would have been a double play.
It is a base hit for Haniger, and it's first and second with nobody out. And the Diamondbacks trying to answer quickly here. Chris Owings coming up. Clay, you're talking about working from one side of the rubber to the other. What advantages do you have working to the third base side for Paul Clemens?
Well, some of the guys, especially for these right-handed hitters, if you look at some of the numbers where they might be struggling against right-handed hitters, it gives you an opportunity to create angles, and that's really the big reason a lot of guys will do that. Another one of the things that it helps you get out front with that with the fastball, and the thing is you start to create those angles with your fastball. Then you can create more of an angle with your off-speed pitches as well. And if you're having trouble going down and away to lefties or maybe bearing that fastball in, it allows you to do this a little bit easier.
Pitch in there for a strike, and it's 1-1. How hard is it to make that adjustment to kind of in the middle of what you're trying to do here in the major leagues?
Well, it's obviously it's a big adjustment. I know it doesn't look like it's that much of an adjustment, just to the size of the rubber. But the fact of the matter is you're creating a huge amount of adjustment that needs to be made from the angles of the pitches and your release point.
It's outside, and it's 2-1.
But to touch on that a little bit, some of the guys where if they're struggling from that first base side of the rubber, or then maybe they're struggling from the pitching from the middle of the rubber, they can go over to that third base side, and all of a sudden everything starts to click. They start to get that feel, start to get the arm out in front, and they can make the adjustment pretty quick.
Clay, did you change within a game on which side you would throw on the rubber, or do you stay the same?
I changed every pitch. No, I was out there trying to invent stuff when we were playing together, but I did. I tried it a little bit. One of the things I struggled with at times was, fastballs down and away. And, in the pregame show, we're looking at some of that video with Clemens, and you can see it flies open a little bit because you try to pull it over there instead of letting your arm get out in front. One of the adjustments, it's a quick fix, get to the third base side because it forces you to get out front, because if you fly open, you got a chance of hitting the guy with the ball.
Well, he backs off here, going back and forth with Norris.
Well, the interesting thing that Trevor Hoffman said to me at one time, he did it late in his career where he moved, but he wanted to create different pitching lanes. And from the hitter's perspective, being able to hide a baseball or moving on the rubber, you don't usually see that. You don't recognize that they're moving on the rubber from pitch to pitch.
Well, one of the guys that was really good at it, and I, obviously had the opportunity to play with him, was Greg Maddux. And if you look at throughout his career, he did move from the first base side to the third base side. He had seasons where he did that for the entire season, but later on in his career, he was able to throw that fastball where he wanted to, and he would do it, to hitters and particular pitches as well.
That's got to be tough from a hitter's standpoint, having guys moving around on you. This is to right center field. Jankowski going over and catching it basket style is Bethancourt. Tagging at second and moving to third is Castillo. Jankowski went after it. Bethancourt made the catch, but it was a little strange out there to make the grab basket style for the first out here of the inning. And tonight's Cold Hard Facts are brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. Major League leaders since 2013 as far as curveballs go. Lowest opponent batting average, and Clemens, who probably should have gotten strike three on his last curveball, didn't get it. 0.96 the batting average against his curveball.
Well, it's that old school 12-6 hammer when he's on. Saw it in the second inning. He improved on that command.
Now he's dealing with Archie Bradley, the pitcher, squaring and pulling it back for strike one.
It's a pretty interesting from Chip Hale's perspective of down 3 runs. Archie Bradley, who is starting tonight, has struggled, especially the bottom part of the third inning. But you wonder how that affects moving forward, how you handle your bullpen in the first game of the series. That could come into play.
There's strike two, pulled it back. And he's down 0-2. You don't know what their bullpen situation is. We did see the left-hander Escobar warming last inning. And Bradley up to 68 pitches in 3 innings. And of course, coming off an inning in which he allowed 4 runs. The last half of the third. Diamondbacks trying to get some of those back, though, right here. 0-2. Just outside. Bradley did strike out first time up. He was trying to bunt then too. And he will strike out again, same way. Breaking ball away, chases on the bunt bid and strikes out. 2 down. You guys were talking about location and struggling with that location in the first inning.
Yeah, especially with the fastball, it was erratic in the zone. See Jake Lamb going the other way with 2 strikes, but also missing location. Always watch that catcher's glove, and that'll indicate where they wanted to throw it and where it ended up.
First and third, 2 down, and Gene Segura getting his 3rd plate appearance of the night. A double, a sacrifice bunt, and here he is again. In the dirt and blocked by Norris. That base runner at third. Got Jankowski over towards right center. Big gap out in left center as they play for Segura to go the other way. A double in the first, hit number 150 of the year for Gene Segura. Fly ball this time into shallow right towards the line for Bethancourt. Into foul ground to make the catch that ends the inning. So the Diamondbacks leaving 2 men on, 5-2 Padres.
Shortstop Nick Noonan's parents, Bill and Athena, thank you guys so much for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure.
How special is it to be able to watch your son from Tierra Santa play here in San Diego?
You know what? It's really special. He's grown up a Padre fan like almost his whole entire life. And we've been coming to Padre games since he was really little, and he's loved coming to fan fests and all those kind of things. So, I mean, it's phenomenal.
Does he get to stay with mom and dad while he's here?
No, actually, he has a place in Mission Valley. I did offer, though, for him to stay.
And he denied you?
Yes, because, you know, they're a family of 3 now, so I think it would be a little different if it was just the 2 of them.
At what point did you realize that Nick was going to be a professional ball player?
You know, to be honest, probably in high school, but I don't think it really stuck, you know, in our heads until, like, the draft, until the day he was drafted. Yeah, because it just, I don't know, to me, it seems kind of surreal, I guess, you know, but that's how it is, I guess.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I'll let you watch him. He's at bat right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, thanks very much. So it's got to be very cool to have a chance here to see your young man play here, a team that he grew up loving in San Diego, and now wearing that Major League uniform himself.
Yeah, I visited with Nick before the game and congratulated him, and he was like a kid in a candy store today. He told me his parents were coming, his wife and son, and having them in the building, and especially being a Padre fan growing up. Extra special moment tonight.
Grounder headed toward short. Chris Owings will gather and get it there in time to retire Noonan. 6-3 on the putout. Does have Major League experience with the San Francisco Giants, both in 2013 and 2015 in the Giants organization, but here with the Padres, called up as part of this last road trip. One down in the 4th inning, and we'll bring up Paul Clemens. Clemens struck out swinging in the 3rd inning.
Down to Clay Hensley. Clay, what are you seeing from Archie Bradley, one of the top prospects in the Diamondbacks organization?
I think one of the things he's been doing tonight, obviously struggling with some location, and you know the Padres had a great inning there when they were playing a little small ball, some timely hitting, and it's in one of those situations too. If you start hitting your spots and these guys are doing some of this timely hitting, playing the small ball, moving runners over, it becomes a pretty big struggle for the night.
It has been a struggle for the Diamondbacks as far as pitching has gone all year. And they're expecting certainly big things, and that has not been the case. Mentioned both the Padres and Diamondbacks identical records coming into tonight's game. That is ball 3. 2 walks, 2 Ks to this point for Archie Bradley. Look at the line score here as we playing the last of the 4th inning. Of course, Padres fresh off a 4-run bottom of the 3rd inning. Big swing there from Clemens.
You know, and also to kind of touch a little bit on what we're seeing from Bradley, you know, just some of the past games, especially last year in 2015, it just seemed like his delivery was a little bit smoother, and it just seems like he's overthrown now. He's been overthrown a little bit for the month of August. You can tell if you go back and look at some of this film compared to his form that he was at in 2015. You know, I just feel like it looks like he's just overthrown and kind of losing control of that location.
Well, the fastball has been very erratic tonight.
Clemens will take ball 4 and head on down to first base. So 3rd walk given up by Bradley, and it's to the opposing pitcher. Mission Fed donated over 3,000 to San Diego Center for Children earlier today. Provided tickets for tonight's game to representatives from San Diego Center for Children. Mission Fed donates around $1.5 million a year to local charities. Our thanks to them. The last thing you want to do there is walk Paul Clemens, and he did. And Travis Jankowski has had quite a game in this one so far for the Padres. Able to single his first time up in the 1st inning. Able to steal a base as well after getting his 2nd hit. Ball that was overturned, and a base hit by Will Myers will score him, showing the good speed coming in from second base and scoring the 2nd Padres run, and at the time tied the score 2-2.
You think how important it is for Travis Jankowski to disrupt a lot of things, especially when he gets on the base pass, but scoring runs is an indication of how well you are and how you're rated as a leadoff hitter.
And a bounce in, blocked by Castillo.
It's going to be interesting to go back, and obviously the managing of Chip Hale in the top of the 4th and not taking that opportunity, especially a struggling Archie Bradley in that RBI situation, and they weren't able to score.
That is a foul ball on a broken bat, and the call coming down there at first base. Splintering the bat was Jankowski, and Clemens got to come on back to first. The bat splintering right there on the broken bat. So a new piece of lumber for Travis Jankowski. In the dirt, 2-2.
Well, that's a good take on the breaking ball. See if they go fastball in here. Try to crowd him.
On the ground to first. Goldschmidt will go to second for 1, to first. It's late. And Jankowski with that good speed. Well, they do get Clemens at second base. 3-6 on the force out for the 2nd out of the inning. Very difficult to double up Jankowski.
I think this is a trade-off that the Padres will take. See the force out, but also Travis Jankowski easily beating that double play throw.
Mark McGuire checking something out here. I don't know. They were thinking that maybe the tag was not made on the bag at second base, but shook his head anyway.
Yeah, it's the footwork that you're going to have to watch, and you think of that left foot on the back part of the base. That's what it looked like to me. And when he's catching it, is that left foot off the base?
That last look was closer than the first one. 2 down, Jankowski at first, and Myers the batter. And Jankowski checked on right away.
I'm not a big fan of the neighborhood play. Not a big fan the way it's played out, and hopefully they can make some adjustments with that moving forward. I know it's the first year, but a lot of that and what you have to retrain yourself as a middle infielder.
Does it create more danger?
I don't think it necessarily creates more danger, but if they're worried about how this game and the speed of the game and watching it and having to wait to see if you are getting different looks, if that middle infielder is still holding that foot on the base. But I'm just saying, I'm not a big fan of that. I'm talking to a lot of middle infielders, both present players and also former players. I don't think they like that aspect of the game taken away. It was an art not to get hit if you were a middle infielder.
I was talking to Kyle Ripken about it a couple weeks ago, and he was talking that he didn't like it, didn't see a need to change it. We talk about the Chase Utley play at second base, and he felt like it was something that was unnecessary. Really, I mean, you know how to get out of the way.
Yep.
The 1-1 is a strike over the outside corner, 1-2.
You know, the importance of middle infielders and how they talk about it, and if there's a bobble in the infield, and yes, you're exposed to contact, well, you get out of the way, you take the out. I mean, it's just the importance in knowing the position. I think a lot of those guys that definitely put themselves into harm's way are guys that had a lot of inexperience.
You know, and to touch also on, you know, like the Chase Utley play.
Taken off Jankowski. This time he will be out at second base. And that will end the inning. We will check back with play when we come back here. Doesn't look like the Padres are going to challenge this. It's 5-2 San Diego at the end of 4 innings. Throw beats him. Looks like the tag gets him this time. Now it's time for a game break and a big day today for Chris Bryant.
Chris Bryant 5 for 5 today. Triple away from the cycle, 2 home runs. Putting on a show. In the show.
All part of our greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. Chris Bryant, as you mentioned, 5 for 5. How about J.J. Hardy, 3 for 4, a couple of home runs of his own. Part of an Orioles 13-5 win against the Astros. And Justin Turner, 2 for 3 with a home run. Part of a Dodgers loss, however, to Philadelphia 5-4 across Major League Baseball today. Here in San Diego, it's into the 5th inning. 5-2, Padres have the lead. And a pitch for a strike into Michael Bourne, who leads it off here in the 5th inning. Bourne has flied out twice to Travis Jankowski out in center field, 0 for 2. His counterpart out there in center. Clay, you were saying something about Chase Utley at the end of last inning.
Yeah, you know what I was saying is that, you know, I agree with Mark in the sense that I don't really like all the changes that are getting made, especially the ones up the middle. It kind of takes away a little bit of the essence of the game. But if you have those particular plays, like where you have a Chase Utley that goes in and gets somebody hurt, you know, then the pitcher's just going to do their job and return the favor.
Softly grounded towards Schimpf, and he'll go glove to glove for the out. Nicely done. Probably didn't have time for the transfer, so he elected just to go glove to glove for out number 1 of the inning.
Well, Eddie Rodriguez has got to love this. They put a lot of time into Ryan Schimpf and what he has done defensively. And you see that nice little glove flip, putting his body in position and accurately flipping it to Will Myers. Nice play by Ryan Schimpf.
One down here in the 5th inning brings up Paul Goldschmidt. Here is Eddie Rodriguez, one of the best coaches in the game right there.
Constantly putting in work, getting his infielders ready, positioned in the right way in game. Also Glenn Hoffman helping as well. That's a tandem that is spectacular in the game of baseball. See them right together, constantly communicating and locking down the defense.
Paul Goldschmidt getting his 3rd plate appearance of the game. Clay, how different is the 5th inning for a starting pitcher when you're in this situation? You got the 3-run lead. You know you got to go 5 to make yourself eligible. And this has been an area for Clemens where a little part of the game's been troublesome for him.
Yeah, and I think the troublesome part, though, is mainly the location with his pitches. And it seems to me that the adjustment that he's made going to the third base side, you can just tell in his body language between here and the last time he pitched in New York, he's a lot more comfortable. He's executing these pitches down and away. You know, we were discussing earlier about how this changes angles. His curveball, he's got a great curveball that breaks late. You see these guys giving up on it early because they think it's going to be high. Coming from the third base side, it looks like a ball, but now it's breaking out over the plate instead of already breaking off the plate as before when he was pitching from the first base side.
Darren Balsley does a terrific job himself.
Yeah, and you know what I love? The mechanical adjustment that Clay's alluding to, but also thinking about how you're going to manipulate the lineup 3 times. That's what comes down to it for me as a starting pitcher. How you're going to get through the lineup the 3rd time through. As we saw the numbers, Paul Clemens made some nice adjustments the 2nd time. 3rd time's been a struggle.
Through the right side into right field, a base hit for Paul Goldschmidt, taking it the other way.
Well, young third baseman Maikel Franco with a go-ahead homer against the Dodgers. And that's an important game because the Giants and Dodgers have locked horns. Actually, the Dodgers came in today with the lead.
And a look at the West. Wild card situation as well. They're all bunched up. Going to be very interesting on the wild card side of things.
Bruce Bochy's got to be scratching his head, wondering where did they go? What happened to the Giants?
Pitch outside here to Jake Lamb. Lamb has singled and walked on the night, his 3rd plate appearance. And grounded out in the 5th, single to right. To Goldschmidt. And now Lamb with a runner at first and 1 down, batting here in the 5th. Padres holding on to a 3-run lead. And a strike over the outside corner. 75 pitches on the night for Clemens as he works here with 1 out in the 5th.
Well, 87 pitches is high in a Padre uniform, and that's his last start against the Mets.
Lamb down the right field line, but it is headed foul.
You know, to kind of discuss also what you guys are talking about, you know, where Clemens is kind of had his struggles in the 5th inning. Location is a big piece of this. If you're struggling out from the 1st inning on, it's going to be tough to get through the 5th. You can tell in his body language tonight, you know, he has a lot more confidence out there. And this is what I loved about when I was a starting pitcher, was this point in the game. You have a chance to win the ball game for your team, and it becomes at this point it becomes a chess match. You know, they've seen your pitches, you've thrown everything at them, and now the chess match begins. And this is where it becomes a lot of fun as a starting pitcher in the big leagues.
He's ahead here of Lamb, 1 and 2 with Goldschmidt at first base. A check on Goldschmidt. walking around the mound and behind it. And back up on top. So the breakdown on the night for him, pitch count wise. Out of the gate, 28 first inning pitches. By far the hardest he had to work. Faced 7 batters, allowed 2 runs in the first inning. One, 2. And that is lined sharply into the seats. Look out. One down, runner at first, and a count of 1 and 2. And now Tomas next as Clemens works from the stretch. And a swing and a miss. Big strikeout right there at Jake Lamb. 3rd K of the night for Clemens, and a big one, 2 down here in the 5th.
Yeah, I think that curveball previous pitch set this fastball up. He gets behind this and blows it by Jake Lamb. See that barrel below the baseball. But when you have success with that curveball and you have that nice break, it's in the thought of the hitter's minds. And you can attack him with that high heat.
Two down, Goldschmidt at first, and Yasmani Tomas 0 for 2. Flat out to center, bounced into a 4-6-3 double play. Another check at first base, and Goldschmidt back. Back to the breaking ball again. Well, our game is presented in HD by Sony. Padres glad to be home and back home here at beautiful Petco Park for the first of a 4-game series here against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Cubs will be in too as part of this homestand for the Padres. And it starts tonight with Arizona, and a good start here tonight for San Diego. On top 5-2. Runner goes, pitches outside. And a stolen base for Paul Goldschmidt, uncontested at second base.
Oh, perfect time jump and a perfect pitch for Paul Goldschmidt. Goes on a breaking ball easily into second base.
In scoring position with 2 down. Tomas took it for a ball, so it is a ball and a strike. Two and 1. Clemens coming in with a record of 2-2, a 4.73 earned run average. His 11th start of the year. Three and 1.
Clay, is this a stamina thing? Because you have seen Paul Clemens slow his pace down.
Well, I think what he might be doing is just trying to slow himself down. You know, right here he's got an opportunity to where you have an Arizona Diamondbacks hitter who's very hot right now. You have a base that's open. Your team's got the lead right now. This is a particular situation where you're not going to want to give him something to hit. You're going to want to throw something out of the zone. Let him get himself out.
Close pitch, called a ball, and that is ball 4 to Tomas, headed down to first base. 3rd walk on the night allowed by Clemens. And it's first and second now with 2 down. '83 total pitches. There's 2 outs here in the 5th, and now he's got a guy who He's had success against him tonight in Wellington Castillo, who is 2 for 2 in the game, both singles to center and has an RBI. Representing the tying run, batting here in the top half of the 5th inning.
An aggressive swinger, looks for that first pitch.
And he does here, lining into center field. That's going to get in for a hit. Goldschmidt coming around from second will score, and it's now 5-3. So a 2-out RBI single for Wellington Castillo, has his 3rd hit of the night off Paul Clemens. And the Diamondbacks get a little closer. It's now 5-3 San Diego.
Now first pitch swinging, but it's the location on the fastball. Looking for that pitch up. Castillo does a nice job getting on top of that baseball for the RBI single.
Darren Balsley on the phone, stirring in the pen. 5th inning trouble here for Paul Clemens. Tomas at second, Castillo with his 3rd hit at first. And Haniger taking ball 1. He is fouled out and singled, 1 for 2. Jose Dominguez going to be first up tonight for the Padres. A check swing foul there. We've talked a lot about the 5th inning and Paul Clemens trying to get past it. I think his last 3 outings has not gotten past it. 4 1/3 against Philadelphia and Cincinnati. 5 against the Mets last time out.
Well, last time out 87 pitches too, and this will be his 87th offering tonight.
Left side, Noonan will flip to second base, and nice pick there by Schimpf. Quick flip and the force out at second base. A run for the Diamondbacks. 5-3 Padres. Game summary, and some trouble early on. A wild pitch scoring the first run. As coming in from third was Segura, and Wellington Castillo with a big night tonight. 3 hits in the ball game. As Castillo would drive in a run, and Solarte grounding out drives in a run. Jankowski coming in from third base. Will Myers with an inside-out swing, and Jankowski scoring from second, which tied the game 2-2 at the time. Padres had more to do though, scoring 4 times in the 3rd inning. While Booted at second base would score a run. As the error was charged to Segura, and then a base hit, plating another run for the Padres as Clemens departs here right now, looking on with a 5-3 lead. Gave up a run back and very frustrated with his 5th inning in between innings. As Will Myers leads it off here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Clay Clemens really wears his heart on his sleeve. There's no doubt about it. You know what he's thinking all the time.
Yeah, you know, I mean, but hey, one of the things here, you know, we were told even when I played with Sweeney, you can't apologize for passion. You know, I mean, the guy's out there, he's working his tail off and he's trying to get it done and trying to make the adjustments. And again, like we touched on earlier, trying to make the adjustment at the big league level is tough.
I'll give him credit, grinded his way through that last inning. Between innings, very frustrated as he came off, spent a little time by himself and got through the inning.
Now, we've all been there. I always took it to the locker room.
Agreed.
Heads up clubhouse guys.
Agreed. You know, and the fact of the matter is too, you know, the ball club is winning the game tonight. You know, you don't want to really turn it into a situation where you're putting so much pressure on yourself. You take away from the rest of the team and what they're doing for you.
He's 7 pitches deep into his outing through the first 5 innings. Myers, Solarte, Dickerson featured here in the bottom of the 5th. Will tonight has grounded out to third, and we just saw his RBI single from the 3rd inning. Swinging a foul tip.
I think that caught home plate umpire Mike Winters. "26 years in the game," our crew chief tonight. San Diego State Aztec. Lives in North County still. It's got to be a nice night at work with him, other than the line drive off the chest.
Fly ball headed out towards right center field. They're coming from right and center, and it's Tomas, the right fielder, puts it away. Myers retired. Yeah, you think about the umpires who never have home games. I guess Mike Winters does to a degree here tonight.
Oh, this is nice. Why would you leave the finest city?
He's got a little pep in his step, it seems like.
Well, the catcher turned around and asked how he was doing. He said, "Yeah, I'm fine."
Great.
He's like, "I'm fine. I slept in my own bed last night."
One down here in the 5th brings up Yangervis Solarte.
Now, did he punch you out a couple times, Mark?
Of course. Who didn't?
Oh, that's funny. I felt like I saw him say a lot to me. Hey, that's 4.
Line to right. Tomas is not going to get this. It's in for a hit. And Solarte has his 2nd hit of the night. Both singles. And this one comes with 1 down here in the 5th inning.
You see the fastball elevated, and Solarte, again, you're seeing the Padres doing a really good job of staying on top of that high fastball.
One out, one on. Alex Dickerson has walked, reached on a fielder's choice. Does not have a hit, but does have an RBI. Credited 1, reaching in the 3rd inning. Now he sends one to right field. Tomas going back. Will have room as he backpedals to the edge of the track for the 2nd out of the inning. We'll check out a game break tonight. Things going on for the Giants and Madison Bumgarner. Well, he's a guy who wanted to be in the home run derby. He's got a home run himself tonight. 3rd home run of the season, 14th of his career for Bumgarner.
Yeah, pretty impressive. He actually DH'd when they played a game in Oakland. Bruce Bochy ends up DHing him, and that tells you how good he is as a hitter against Jacob deGrom.
Big Country can swing it a little bit.
He sure can.
Now Ryan Schimpf stands in and takes a look at strike 1. He was flying out to center and walked. Twelve home runs for Schimpf. The action in the outfield yesterday, and saw a lot of him in the outfield during spring training. Not so much since he's been back here with the Padres.
Yeah, we touched on the defense tonight earlier in our open, but Ryan Schimpf getting that spot start in left field, making a spectacular play.
To right center, and that's going to fall in for a base hit. Solarte going 1st to 3rd will get there without a problem. And the Padres have runners at the corners with 2 down here in the 5th inning. First hit for Schimpf, second time he's been on base.
Well, again, see the two-seamer. Sounded like Ryan Schimpf got this off the end of the bat. That breaks the bat. It's Solarte advances to third base with a nice read.
So first and third with 2 down. That's going to be the night for Archie Bradley as Chip Hale out there to make the pitching change for the Padres on top 5-3. Padres have the lead over the Arizona Diamondbacks here in the midst of the 5th inning. Pitching change is brought to you by El Cajon Ford as Daniel Hudson checks into the game.
Well, Daniel Hudson, 3-pitch pitcher, fastball, slider, and changeup, upwards to 98 miles an hour. Sits right around 96. See the lefties hitting 317 off Daniel.
Well, Bethencourt robbed earlier. Michael Bourne showing off his speed out there in center field to track this ball down. Looked like it was going to land. Not the case.
Tracking it on our Fox vision, you see how far he goes. Almost 57 feet. But accurate dive against Christian Bethencourt.
Trying to get somebody's attention in the infield. I don't know if he's trying to get attention to the dugout as to where they want him. Not sure. Trying to figure out where he's supposed to be defensively here on Christian Bethencourt again, standing in. First and third for the Padres. Solarte at third, Schimpf at first, 2 down. Bethencourt to center, and Bourne ends up being in the right spot out there as he makes the catch defensively to end the inning. Padres strand a pair. We head for the 6th. It's 5-3 San Diego. Major League Baseball history brought to you August 18th, 1989. Orioles shortstop Cal Ripken Jr. plays in his 1,208th consecutive game to move past Steve Garvey into third place on the all-time list. And we look at the consecutive games played by a shortstop right now. Active leaders. Not even close.
I don't think they're going to make it.
I don't think it's going to happen ever again.
They don't have a shot in the moon to make it.
No. Alcides Escobar, in 129 games right now, he's the leader in that category.
Well, let's start with one straight year.
Yeah, well, let's go there. 162.
Let's start with that, because I think that's a difficult thing.
That'll never happen again.
Well, we head here into the 6th inning, and it is Jose Dominguez now in the game. Dominguez takes over for Clemens with the first 5 innings in the game. 19th appearance for Jose Dominguez. 4.67 ERA out of the pen. Lefties hitting at 222. Right-handers at 233. Clemens eligible for the victory as he gets through 5 innings, but again, only a 5-inning effort tonight.
Well, he looked very frustrated tonight. 33 curveballs. We talked about how he's going to throw a lot of those, but the percentage was 17 for strikes, 16 for balls. It didn't look like he had a perfect feel for that, which I think it's such an important pitch for him.
Chris Owings standing in to lead it off here in the 6th inning. Clay, your thoughts on the outing tonight for Clemens?
I thought he did a pretty good job settling in after the first. You could kind of tell in the first inning he was a little erratic, obviously throwing 28 pitches. Seemed to get in a little bit of a groove. You could see the confidence in his pitches. He was executing his pitches, and I think that he might be thinking the same thing you guys are coming in that 5th inning, pressing a little bit.
So fouled off to the right, out of play.
And you could see it. You could see it in that 5th inning. You could see especially when he had got runners on first base. He started overthrowing with his fastball, losing that location. When that happens, and he starts to throw that curveball, and it's not in the zone, they're gonna sit back on it, let the ball come, and then they'll wait on it.
He departs with a chance to get a win. Came in individually 2-2. Needs some help from the bullpen, and Jose Dominguez first out of the pen tonight.
Clay, we constantly talk about Darren Balsley and the adjustments that he makes, obviously from in between start to start. But how about now, the conversations that he has? Does he just let it go until after the game, or does he have conversations in between innings?
He's going to talk to you in between innings, but Balsley, he's very, very good at reading his players. There's a time to go talk to a pitcher if he's struggling. If he needs some advice, or sometimes maybe just to even clear his mind. There were several times Balsley used to come out to me if I had bases loaded or something with no outs, and he wouldn't even talk to me about baseball. He'd ask me if I was going fishing, but he knows how to work with his pitchers well, and he definitely knows the right time when to talk to a guy. And if a guy's struggling, he lets him be, but he definitely will have that conversation at the end of the game.
That's away, and it's 1-2. Owings 1 for 2 in the game, has singled, fly to right. Looks like doing a little talking right now, as a matter of fact. To center field, and Jankowski going way back, still going onto the track, won't get it. Up over his head, one hops the wall. As Owings is thinking 3, headed towards third base, and he will get there without a problem. A leadoff triple to begin this 6th inning. Ball hit very well to straightaway center field.
Let's watch the route of Travis Jankowski playing on the right field side, so he gets a good look at it. But this ball is hit over his head. You can see not in sync with his steps. See him way over there. And then taking off, and you can see that first step is so important. But off step at the end, and you see it just going over the glove of Travis Jankowski for an easy triple.
A pinch hitter here in the pitcher spot, Phil Goslin, pinch hitting. Archie Bradley had been 0 for 2 with 2 Ks. And a chopper foul outside of third. Gosling coming off the bench. The game here in the 6th inning. The Padres on top 5-3, but Diamondbacks with a triple for Chris Owings to open up the 6th inning. Clay, what have you seen from Dominguez, a guy who certainly throws hard?
You know, I was sitting here just looking at that last pitch, and it's a pretty free and easy 97. I think one of the things that Dominguez, if he could just back off, stay within himself, you know, there's nothing wrong with 95 and then being able to reach back and hit that 97, 98.
A late swing there. It is fouled off by Gosling, who now takes inventory on the bat, make sure he didn't fracture.
Yeah, 98 miles an hour on that fastball, and has a little cutting action as well, getting off the barrel. Lucky lady gets the ball.
I always felt with these, you know, a lot of the younger pitchers that were coming in, you know, Mark, you work with these guys as well. Some of the kids in high school that have good arms, you know, you get to college, you have a good fastball, throwing 96, 97. I just feel if they were able to learn to throw maybe that two-seam fastball, put a little movement on it, you know, have it go in there at 92, 93.
Skied to shallow right, Schimpf out, Bethancourt in. And Bethancourt will put it away and going to draw a throw here, but it's cut off and no bid there by Owings. Not going to test the arm of Bethancourt. One down. It's time now for the Cholula flamethrower.
I have an idea how hot this is going to be.
Oh, it's hot.
97 miles an hour.
That's hot.
That's hot. You know where I can find a fish taco around here?
Yeah.
You like fish tacos?
I do.
You like hot sauce?
I don't.
Good combination.
Go Sports.
You gotta love that.
He loves it. It's college night.
Who gave him that sign?
This runs inside.
Fish tacos, no hot sauce. Seriously.
Really?
Yes, no hot sauce.
That's like cereal with no milk.
I'm down with you guys.
Yeah, I know.
Pouring a bowl of cereal without milk right there.
Oh.
This gentleman in the back is single.
He's single.
You can barely tell.
Yeah. He is available.
That doesn't shock me that much.
John Segura with a swing and a miss. Segura has doubled, sacrifice bunt, and fouled out down the right field line.
When you were a kid, did you make signs?
No, I was not a sign maker.
Face painter?
No. You?
No chance. No chance. My brothers would slap me across the head before I even left the house.
On the ground foul, 1-2.
You sure you weren't a face painter?
I'm telling you, I was not a face painter. I didn't make signs. I didn't do anything.
I could see the line drawn right down.
I'm
Half and half.
I'm surprised they've not sold my forehead yet.
Unicorn.
I mean, there is availability here.
I'm telling you, signage could go on this too.
Virtual signage.
Are you kidding me?
I think
They're
between
missing an opportunity.
Between us three, we got Petco Park going on our foreheads right now. Deep gaps.
I mean,
oh, you're not kidding.
Look at the hot sauce.
Pre-2007 Petco.
Maybe we should do the Cholula hot sauce.
There you go.
Right across my dome.
There you go.
Google Earth.
Right here.
There's plenty of room.
You can barely notice it. Seriously. I blame my parents.
Yep, dad's
Hereditary.
fault, right?
It's my dad's fault.
Yeah.
He's got the sideburns, though. He's got sidewalls.
Oh, yeah.
I can't do that. The sidewalls, it's not happening.
This is to left center and struck well. Jankowski going back, looking up, and that ball is gone. It is a two-run home run for John Segura. He has done it again. He's had a big night tonight. His 11th home run of the year. Changes everything. This game is now tied 5-5. A two-run shot by Segura. Triple and a home run in this inning for the Diamondbacks, all tied at 5.
Now two-strike hitting. You see that cutting fastball, and that's elevated. He gets on top of that.
Brings up Michael Bourne. And he'll take strike one. 97 on the fastball for a strike, and Segura enjoying his 11th home run, the game-tying 2-run home run. Padres at one point had a 5-2 lead in this game. As Bourne has to skip out of the way of that pitch down by his shoe tops. Brad Hand up in the pen, the left-hander. We're 0 for 3 in the ball game tonight. As he grounds one back to the mound, Dominguez has got it. And he'll flip to first for out number 2 of the inning. So 2 away. And they'll bring up Paul Goldschmidt. I said it earlier, Clemens needed help from the bullpen, did not get it. They had 2 quick runs here for the Diamondbacks, and Clemens will not be part of the decision tonight. Next to Gene Segura. Pitch inside. Goldschmidt got out of the way somehow.
I'll raise some eyebrows. After a big home run and then the fastball tracing on the inside and jackknifing out of the way, just barely, is Paul Goldschmidt.
Bouncing in for ball 3, 3-0. So Hand warming in the pen. Dominguez, the second pitcher of the night, used by Andy Green. As Clemens went the first 5, giving up 3 runs, 8 hits, walked 3, struck out 3. And Dominguez in here for the 6th inning has given up 2 runs. It's 3-0, 3-0 swinging, and fouling it off is Goldschmidt. On the ground to short, Noonan is there. And that will end the inning. But the Diamondbacks score a pair, tie the game 5-5. Baseball brought to you by Sycuan Casino. Sign up for the new Padres club card today. by Jack in the Box. Try my new Smoky Jack. Taste it before it's gone. And by Mercury Insurance. We're on a mission to save you money. Log on to mercuryinsurance.com today. It's been a wild one tonight from Petco Park in San Diego, tied 5-5 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Doing Escobar now into the game. A couple of starts for the Diamondbacks as he checks in. Third arm used tonight by Chip Hale.
You see the swingman in 5 games, 2 starts. 0-2 record, but also righties 464 clip.
He'll be dealing with Derek Norris to start it off here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Norris has lined out to left and grounded into a 6-4-3 double play. 0 for 2. Pops it up, shallow right. Segura out. And he'll make the catch and tumble over. Tomas coming in. Hooks the legs out from underneath him and holds onto the baseball. And is slow to get up. Last thing the Diamondbacks want to see. Segura has been their best.
You see Tomas making that late call and trying to catch it off the ground, and he connects with Gene Segura. It's got to be communicated. If you're an outfielder coming in, you have to signal it early.
It appears he is all right. Going to stay in the game.
Well, the best thing is his cleats were out of the ground when he flipped over Tomas.
Held on to the baseball, so Derek Norris retired on the pop out to Segura. Painful one for Segura. And we're going to see Nick Noonan here with 1 out. Noonan 0 for 2. Struck out, grounded out. Shows bunt, takes the strike. Alexei Ramirez has come out on deck to pinch hit in the pitcher spot. Be for Jose Dominguez. And a pop-up from third comes Lamb. 2 down.
Copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the San Diego Padres may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Diego Padres.
2 down here in the 6th inning, and it'll bring up Alexei Ramirez. Actually, it'll bring up Edwin Jackson.
With only 4 guys on the bench, and you're thinking about opportunities and what they're going to try to do.
I'm confused. Alexei Ramirez was good to go and on deck. And instead, Edwin Jackson pops out of the dugout.
Well, with the shorter bench, you got to be really careful, especially a tie ball game. In a scenario like this, I think if Nick Noonan got on, I think Ramirez easily hits in those situations. But with 2 outs, nobody on.
Well, the sweatshirt going back on for Alexei. Will be called upon perhaps again. He was ready to go on deck and ready to pinch hit in the pitcher's spot. Called back to the dugout. Edwin Jackson, the pitcher, batting for him. And the pitch in there for a strike. Jackson has been 4 for 13, a 308 hitter for the Padres as a hitter. We've seen he can hit. Batting here with 2 down, base is empty. in the hitter's count. And he will take a walk.
Wow.
So down to first base goes Edwin Jackson, gets on with 2 outs here in the 6th inning. He gives Travis Jankowski a chance. Jankowski with 2 hits in the game has single to center, single to left. Reached on a fielder's choice. Has scored 2 runs. And take strike 1 from Escobar. Escobar taking over for Daniel Hudson, who went a 1/3 of an inning. It's a superhero night, is it not?
Man, we got something going on in right field.
Pitch in there for a strike, and it's 0-2.
Looked like Escobar was walking Jackson to get to Jankowski.
Jumps out of him 0-2. And just misses outside. Starter tonight, Archie Bradley, did not go 5, 4 2/3. 7 hits, charged with the 5 runs the Padres have. Jankowski down the left field line. It's a fair ball. Headed down towards the left field corner. Jackson racing towards third will get there standing. And to second base with a double down the line is Travis Jankowski, and it's second and third with 2 down. 3rd hit of the night for Jankowski, and this one right down the line.
Well, you got to be impressed with how they're handling the fastballs. Elevated. That struggled on the road trip, but Travis Jankowski down the line. And here comes Edwin Jackson, who just walked as a pinch hitter. And he cruises into third base. You got to credit the Padre hitters making the adjustment from the road trip to now. They are handling the top part of the strike zone much better tonight.
Mike Butcher, the pitching coach, has been out there quite a bit tonight. Earlier and now again. Arizona just tying the game with 2 runs in the top half of the 6th inning to tie at 5-5 on the 2-run home run by Segura. For the Padres, threatening now with Will Myers coming up. 2nd and 3rd, 2 down. Myers 1 for 3 on the night. Single to center back in the 3rd inning.
I kind of wonder even if they would throw to him here. It might be a scenario where they throw 2 strike pitches. Castillo is in the crouch.
They got first base open. There's ball 1. Solarte waiting on deck.
Now this is a slippery slope with a young left-hander, asking him to throw borderline pitches to Will Myers. He can change the game instantly.
There's a strike, close pitch. Myers didn't think so, says something to Mike Winters. Single and an RBI in this game for Will Myers. 71st RBI. Would like to get another right here. And he fights it off foul, biting in. Now down 1-2. Great opportunity right here for the Padres. A 2-out walk. Pinch hit walk from Edwin Jackson. The double by Jankowski at 2nd and 3rd, 2 down. That will get away. Here comes Jackson trying to score. Throw to the plate is not in time. And the Padres take the lead. It's Edwin Jackson who scores. Ball got away and Jackson broke right away. So he reaches on the walk, gets to third on the double, and the go-ahead run comes in on the pitch that gets away. Edwin Jackson doing it off the bench tonight for Andy Green.
Well, we saw a walk from Edwin Jackson, but also first to third, and you see the pitch boxed by Wellington Castillo. And Edwin Jackson, watch the reaction. No doubt in his mind, and a head-first slide for the Padres to go ahead by 1. We've seen that twice tonight. Wellington Castillo has been crossed up.
Two and two the count to Myers, trying to add on now, looking to obtain some insurance. And now it's thrown behind him and hit him. So got him on the foot, so it's a dead ball. Jankowski's got to go back to third as he was coming in. But they hit Myers.
Let's take a look at where it hits Will Myers, and it's that back right foot off the heel.
Well, the go-ahead run scored on a pass ball charge to Wellington Castillo that has given the Padres a 6-5 lead here in the 6th inning. First and third. And Hervis Solarte has had a 2-hit night. Single to left, single to right, and driven in a run. 303 average this year in this spot. And a pitch high for ball 1. In the air foul, and it'll even up at 1-1. Well, Edwin Jackson probably did not plan on getting into this game tonight, but he played a big part of it.
Came to the yard, took his extra batting practice like all the pitchers do early. Pinch hitting, walked, first to third, scored on a wild pitch.
Popped up, foul ground. Castillo, Goldschmidt. And nobody's going to get it. Escobar ahead here, 1-2 beyond Hervis Solarte. Padres had a 5-2 lead. Arizona came back, tied it up 5-5. Padres back on top now 6-5 with 2 down, first and third. And a 1-2 coming up to Solarte. Swing and a miss, and Escobar strikes him out to end the inning. It is a pass ball that allows Edwin Jackson to come in from third base and to give the Padres a 6-5 lead as we head to the 7th from Petco Park in San Diego.
Padres lead 6-5 against the Arizona Diamondbacks at top of the 7th. Well, we'd like to send a special congratulations to the 2016 Western Regional Little League champions, our very own Parkview Little League out of Chula Vista, California. The team competes in their first game of the Little League World Series tomorrow in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. To help support the team and the families traveling to be with them, please visit parkviewlittleleague.com for donation information. Guys.
All right, thanks very much. Good luck to them, as that is always awesome. How much fun is that?
Good luck, boys. This is my favorite time of the year when you watch Little League World Series and the opportunities that they have that changes their lives, the celebrations they make. It brings you back to when you were playing Little League, and that was when it was at its purest.
Well, Brad Hand into the game here. He takes over for Dominguez and takes over with a lead. Padres on top right now, 6-5. As Jake Lamb leads it off, takes the breaking ball for a strike.
Well, Brad Hand worked yesterday's game, inning of work, and he's a workhorse out of the bullpen. He always wants the ball, and that's probably one of his greatest gifts to Andy Green. Got to have these guys in the bullpen. They are much needed.
Lefty's only hitting at 141 against him. Lamb has singled, walked, and struck out. And he'll take a look at his strike right there. Close pitch, 2-2. And leading Padres in strikeouts among relievers was 79. And he strikes out Lamb to begin things here in the 7th inning. Another strikeout, 80 on the year now for him. Now this rooftop shot is brought to you by Pinnacle on the Park, and a beautiful night here tonight and a welcome sight for the Padres back home at Petco Park to begin this homestand. 4 with the Diamondbacks and 3 coming up with the Cubs. 1 out in the 7th inning. They have a 6-5 lead in their return here tonight, and Yasmani Tomas coming up here for the Diamondbacks. Tomas is flied out to center, grounded into a double play, and walked. Grounder softly down the third baseline. Solarte on the run, will bobble it, and reaching is Tomas. Well, Solarte had to make it quick, and on the transfer from the glove to the bare hand, drops the baseball. It's going to be a base hit for Tomas.
I see the glove work right around the cutout of that grass. And the transfer, unable to handle that transfer, and it goes as a hit.
First hit of the night for Tomas, second time that he has been aboard, as he had walked in the 5th inning. And Wellington Castillo, 3 for 3 in the game, all singles. He's also driven in 2 runs in this game. Paul Clemens started the game tonight for the Padres. 5 innings, 3 runs. Dominguez gave up 2 runs in an inning. Technically the pitcher of record right now for the Padres. 1-0. 2-0. Still batting now. Haniger waiting on deck. Swing and a miss. "12 home runs on the year for Castillo. And with a .264 average. in tonight's game. On the ground, softly left side, Solarte on the run will throw out. Castillo at first base. Tomas takes second, 2 down. Well, it's time now for the Bill Howe play of the game, and it's Edwin Jackson from last inning that gave the Padres the lead. On a pass ball, here he comes from third base with a go-ahead run. Diving to get into the plate and put the Padres on top, doing whatever he could. And his teammates certainly appreciate the effort. The pitcher coming up to pinch hit and get on to start all that, and then scoring the go-ahead run.
That's an athlete right there. Edwin Jackson, nice body of work tonight. The difference maker.
Now Mitch Haniger, the batter, with a tying run at second base. Haniger has fouled out, singled, reached on a fielder's choice. Line to left. Dickerson is not going to get this. Going to get down to the wall, and around from second base comes Tomas. And the Diamondbacks tie it up here in the top of the 7th inning, 6-6, just like that. A 2-out RBI double for Mitch Haniger ties it up, 6-6.
Well, again, you see Haniger doing his job, getting the call up, and all he's done is hit since he's been up at the big league level. Chip Hale loves that effort.
So 6-6 the score, and Chris Owings now looking to put the Diamondbacks on top now here in the 7th inning. Owings has 2 hits in the game, a single and a triple, and has scored a run. Fouled off to the right, out of play. Hand jumps ahead, 0-2. Ricky Weeks Jr. has come out on deck for the Diamondbacks. He would bat in the pitcher's spot. The 0-2. And it is a one-hopper out to shortstop. Noonan's throw will be in time and end the inning. So the Diamondbacks tie it up 6-6. 7th inning stretch from Petco Park.
for a week now. And I think just the way they interact with each other and they support each other, I think that's the best part of it.
We're not just friends, we're brothers.
I really never worry about home runs. My thing is to put together good at-bats, and I want to hit, you know, be a person that hit 300 in big leagues. You know, if I focus on hitting 300, the rest of my numbers are, you know, going to play out.
Well, that's a look at a brand new episode of Padres POV, which airs tomorrow night after Padres Live, the post-game show. There you see me taking Jabari Blash, an Island boy, back to his roots when we go paddleboarding. Pretty exciting stuff. We get to know him pretty well. Guys?
All right, looking forward to that, Michelle, as we play along here to the bottom of the 7th inning, tied up 6-6. And Alex Dickerson, Ryan Schimpf, and Christian Bethancourt scheduled to bat in the inning. Dickerson 0 for 2 in the game with a walk. After he reached on the fielder's choice in the 3rd, came around to score the 5th Padres run. At the time, gave the Padres a 5-2 lead. It leads at 5-2, 6-5, but it is now 6-6, and a liner down the right field line, foul. Almost caught by that gentleman, one-handed. Not going to give up the bevy there. He had the bevy in one hand and tried to catch it with the other, and it's hard to do one-handed.
It's very difficult. It's a tough decision.
And he clearly points out he's not going to give up the rest of the beverage. I mean,
no. Priority number 1.
2 hands, he might have had it, but wasn't giving it up.
You see him, he's working the hand, and he got handcuffed.
2-2. That one fouled off again, Mike Winters. He has gotten a few tonight. Seven home runs for Dickerson. Tie game, bottom of the 7th inning. And a ground ball, diving at first base. Goldschmidt throws to Escobar, covers the bag in time to get Dickerson. Well, Dickerson and Escobar kind of arriving at the same time, almost a collision there as they get to the bag, and nice play by Goldschmidt.
Well, Goldschmidt's defensive abilities are plus defender. That's the reason why, going to his right and diving, and an accurate throw to Escobar. It's not an easy play.
One down here in the 7th inning brings up Ryan Schimpf. He'll fly out to center, walked in single. Schimpf will take strike 1. Archie Bradley started, went 4 2/3, giving up 5 runs, will not be part of the decision. Saw Daniel Hudson. Now Edwin Escobar, 3 arms used tonight for the Diamondbacks. That's a strike, and it's 0-2. And coming up on 3 hours here in the 7th inning with 1 down. And a swing and a miss. That one's by him at 94, kind of running away from Ryan Schimpf. Second strikeout for Escobar, 2 down.
On the road traveling and want to watch your Padres? Subscribe to MLB.TV Premium or for live or on-demand baseball on over 400 devices. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking, and more. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details.
Now back out goes Mike Butcher again. He's been out a lot tonight. Pitching coach back out again. And they're going to prepare here to deal with Christian Bethancourt. Former Angels pitching coach. Long time under Mike Scioscia in Los Angeles with the Angels. Ryan Buchter in the pen for the Padres. Already seen Dominguez and Hand out of the Padres pen. Bethancourt will take ball one. A 2-run single back in the third inning. 1 for 3 night. And getting the start tonight in right field. On the ground and by the dive of Jake Lamb at third base. Bethancourt has a 2-out single. His second hit of the night. Well, the Padres and the Diamondbacks will go back at it again tomorrow. Game 2 of the 4-game series. Zach Greinke against Jared Kozart getting the start here at Petco Park. And we'll get you started at 7 p.m. with Padres Live. Zach Greinke back again. Been a long time we haven't seen him.
Yeah, struggled the last start in Boston. Only inning and 2/3. Gave up 3 home runs.
Here's Derek Norris with 2 down. Bethancourt at first base. And a swing and a miss for strike 1. Norris tonight is lined out to left, bounced into a double play, and last time up popped out to second base. It's the first batter that Escobar faced when he came into the game in the 6th inning. And Chappelle trying to get 2 innings from Escobar out of the pen. Fly ball struck pretty well to left center field. Bourne going back onto the track to make the catch in front of the wall. So Norris gives it a ride to deep left center. It's a loud out as we head to the 8th, tied at 6.
Ball game 6-6, top of the 8th inning. Clay Hensley, Mike Pomerantz. We're working on Padres Live, the post-game show, which will be brought to you by Cox Communications. Right now, as we've seen, it's coming down to the bullpen.
Yeah, the starters tonight obviously didn't go as deep as they would like to have gone, so it looks like it's going to be a battle of the bullpens, and it looks like on the offense on both sides of the field are starting to light it up.
All right, we'll see what happens. We'll have the highlights for you in the post-game show, and you're going to hear from manager Andy Green. We'll also take you around baseball, show you some of the highlights of the important ball games taking place as we speak. Now let's get you back up to Don Orsillo and Mark Sweeney, gents.
All right, Mike and Clay, thanks very much. As we play along here to the 8th inning, Ryan Buchter in this game.
You talk about the great stories of the year for the Padres. It's Ryan Buchter. He heads that list because of his appearances. 57th appearance tonight. You see the splits. He has dominated, and he's been very aggressive with his fastball.
Ricky Weeks is going to lead it off here, pinch hitting in the pitcher's spot. So that is the night for Escobar, who with 2 innings, 2 shutout innings as it turns out.
Now Ricky Weeks got the spot start for Chip Hale last night, and he produced with 2 home runs.
Coming off the bench here in the 8th, Weeks, Segura, Bourne. Everybody gets on. Paul Goldschmidt will get a chance.
7 hits and 44 at bats as we see Delgado get loose in the Diamondbacks bullpen.
Inside, and Buchter falling behind 2-0. Buchter takes over for Brad Hand, who in an inning giving him 2 hits, 1 run. Didn't walk anybody, struck out a batter. Gave up the game tying run. Doubled to Mitch Haniger with 2 outs in the 7th inning. Tied this game 6-6. 2-0 pitch. And Weeks cleans it out but fouls it off into the seats. Two and 1, the count to Weeks. And a pitch high, 3-1.
Now Ricky Weeks has quick hands. You got to be very careful with that fastball in. He looks for it.
And that's ball 4. A leadoff walk here for Weeks to begin things in the 8th inning. So what will Buchter want to do there? Walking Weeks. Gentleman getting hit on the foul ball. Being attended to here. Weeks at first with Segura coming up. And a pitch high and away. Segura has doubled. Sacrifice bunt. Fouled out down the right field line the last time up. Hit a home run. 2-run shot in the 6th inning. As Norris heads out there again with Buchter falling behind here again.
That home run that Gene Segura hit was up at his chest, so you got to be very careful of as you see the fan being attended to.
Outside, 2-0, and so far Buchter not his normal self here. A little bit of wild coming into this game.
Yeah, not typically. You don't see the fastball command waver. Usually he is so good on his glove side.
Segura will take the strike there. High strike, 2-1. Jankowski over towards right center. Segura to go the other way as the defense is aligned right now. Weeks at first with nobody out. Top of the 8th inning. Throw to first, and Weeks crossing over to get back to the bag. Three and 1. Segura now, Bourne waits on deck as Diamondbacks bat here in the 8th. Runner goes, swung on and missed, and no throw. And stealing second base is Weeks. Out there for a moment that maybe in the way may have been SEGURA on the swing, but it didn't turn out that way. Just a stolen base.
Well, let's watch Derek Norris on this pitch. Looks like he was just trying to buy that strike, but with a good jump by Weeks, did not have an opportunity to throw him out.
So Weeks in a scoring position with nobody out in a tie game here in the 8th. And a swing and a miss, able to strike out SEGURA. Big strikeout for Buchter when he needed it. 1 down.
Saturday MLB on FS1 is back with another huge matchup. Don't miss it when the hard-hitting Mets battle Buster Posey and the Giants in a crucial summer showdown Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Pacific on FS1, or watch it live on Fox Sports Go.
They're still working on the fan down the left field line who get hit on the foul ball by Weeks. And getting the baseball down there as well. Crowd reacting. Line drive to center field. Off the bat of Michael Bourne. Around from second base comes Weeks. The throw will be cut off, and the Diamondbacks will take a 7-6 lead. Michael Bourne driving in the go-ahead run for Arizona here in the 8th. And the leadoff walk is costly for Ryan Buchter here in the 8th inning.
An elevated fastball and getting on top of it. Been a common theme for both sides tonight.
Well, Paul Goldschmidt coming up as Bourne is driven in the go-ahead run for the Diamondbacks. Back and forth battle here tonight at Petco Park. Goldschmidt has been aboard twice, a walk and a single, as he takes strike 1. Not only has he been on twice, he has scored twice. Average up over 300 for Goldschmidt at 302. Attendance tonight 32,103, 32,103. Game 1 of a 4-game series between the Padres and the Diamondbacks. Oh, 1 will have to wait. Buchter checking again on Bourne. Always a threat to go.
These D-backs have been running, excuse me, Don. These D-backs have been running since August 7th. 23 stolen bases. That's second in all of Major League Baseball.
1 pitch is high, 1-1. Morrow warming in the pen for the Padres. It's now Barrett for the Diamondbacks. Two and 1. Leadoff walk to begin the inning by Weeks pinch hitting. SEGURA struck out as Weeks stole second base. Bourne with the RBI single to center field. It gives the Diamondbacks a 7-6 lead. 2-1 the count to Paul Goldschmidt. Line and caught third base by Solarte. Hot shot, but Solarte makes the grab on the hard line drive for out number 2. So some solid contact right there, but nothing for Goldschmidt. Solarte makes the catch and now goes into the shift on the right side in preparation for Jake Lamb.
Well, the reaction time at third base, not too much, and a nice play by Yangervis Solarte on the reaction.
Two down. Bourne at first, held on there by Myers. Not tried to steal yet. As Lamb will take strike 1. Lamb's been on twice, single to left and a walk. Since then has struck out twice. Going with his lead again. Been checked on quite a few times by Buchter. And it'll be checked again. That time the lead very short. One pitch. And another check, and this one a little closer. Two-stepper to get back there. Kind of froze and then started back again. In the air, down the right field line, high fly ball towards the pole, and it will be a foul ball. Looked like it had a chance, and trying to keep it fair was Jake Lamb down the line, but a foul ball just to the right of the pole. Lamb trying to give the Arizona Diamondbacks some breathing room here. Need some insurance, on top by a run. Already has 24 home runs on the year. Made a bid for his 25th. Now down 0-2. And they got Bourne. Now Myers will fire down, and he finally is out. Caught stealing 1-3-6, but the Diamondbacks have pulled ahead 7-6. Sports San Diego presents Padres Baseball, brought to you by Jack in the Box. Try my new Smoky Jack, taste it before it's gone. By Petco, where the healthy pets go. And by your San Diego County Lexus dealers. It's been a wild one tonight from Petco Park in San Diego that heads into the bottom of the 8th inning, as the Diamondbacks have just taken a 7-6 lead, and Jake Barrett comes into the game.
Here comes Jake Barrett, the big right-hander out of the Diamondbacks bullpen. Fastball, slider, and changeup upwards to 97 miles an hour. Sits right around 95. Struggles with command with his secondary stuff, the slider and the changeup, usually out of the strike zone.
Alexei Ramirez is going to pinch hit for Nick Noonan to begin things here. In the bottom of the 8th inning, we saw Ramirez come out on deck earlier, and that's when Edwin Jackson came out after Alexei was called back to the dugout. That put the Padres on top at one point. Now trailing by a run. Last 3 for Jake Barrett, as he has become the closer here at the moment. SEGURA, of course, now in Boston, as Ramirez leads it off and takes strike 1. Same spot, not a strike this time. 1-1. Other pinch hitters come out too. Brett Wallace, the bat in the pitcher spot, coming up next. Padres in need of a run to tie here. The 1-1. Look out inside. 2-1.
Alexi had some much needed at bats in Tampa Bay, and he swung the bat very well in Tampa. This helps him in scenarios like this. His playing time has been reduced of late.
Fly ball, shallow right center. Bourne coming way in and over to make the catch for the first out of the 8th inning. So 1 down, and Brett Wallace coming up to pinch hit. There was a time earlier in the year when Solarte was on the DL. We saw Wallace get several starts at third base, but now really exclusively coming off the bench to pinch hit. Did see some starts at first base too.
Yeah, obviously you don't want to get playing time because of an injured teammate of yours, but those are important at bats, especially early in the year. You come off spring training where you get a base of at bats, you feel comfortable. The tough job is just getting consistent at bats if you're a bench player, and Wallace did get those.
Morrow and Mauer warming in the pen right now for the Padres. Morrow, if the score stays the same. Mauer, if the Padres tie it or get the lead. Wallace batting with 1 out. Bases empty here in the 8th. Into the shift go the Diamondbacks on the right side. And that's ball 1. .47 total starts for Wallace this year. 33 at third base, 11 at first base. .229 as a pinch hitter.
You see the shift on 3 on the right side against Brett Wallace.
Fouled off to the left out of play. 2-1. He's looking for a fastball, got it, fouled it off.
See that fastball by Jake Barrett has some carry in the strike zone.
Late life.
Late life.
94 on the gas last time. Two and 1 to Wallace. Fouls it straight back. Another fastball. And it's even now.
Even at 94 miles an hour, when it's at the top of the strike zone, very difficult to get on top of that pitch.
Wallace now, Jankowski on deck. Padres batting here in the 8th. Wallace fouls it back again. Hanging tough. A lot of fastballs here from Barrett. Wallace asks for time, gets it from Mike Winters. Climbs back in here with 1 out, bases empty. After all the fastballs, goes to the changeup, and it's a full count now. Something different.
Just to give him a different look. Now at 3-2, you would almost assume that you're going to get a fastball. Advantage Wallace.
And a swing and a foul tip for strike 3 into the catcher's mitt. Back to the gas, and Wallace strikes out, 2 down. Time now for the In the Driver's Seat, brought to you by Kia. It's been a good night tonight for Travis Jankowski. 3 hits in the game, 2 singles and a double. He scored 2 runs. Also has a stolen base. Here at home, last 8 home games, .516 average for Travis Jankowski.
Rally cap is out.
Glasses upside down. Doing whatever it takes. 2 down here in the 8th. On the ground and through into left field. 4th hit of the night for Travis Jankowski. Well, the speedster on here with 2 down in the 8th inning. Takes it the other way. We've seen a few of those tonight. 3rd time he has gone to left field.
Well, he's starting to look very comfortable going the other way. He lets the ball travel, head down on the baseball. Perfect hitting. You see that leg kick. It has enabled him to stay behind the baseball. Just play pepper with it. The numbers indicate he likes hitting here at Petco Park. It's a fast track, fast infield. Now you get to see him run on the base paths.
Will Myers standing in as Jankowski with that lead at first. He'll check on him right away. Padres trailing by a run. Four hits for Jankowski, a career high. As he is back again.
And you wonder if he's going over there a couple times so he can throw that slider to Will Myers.
Grounds it foul. Fastball that time. Myers down 0-1. Frankie and Cozart here tomorrow. Game 2 of the series. Frankie 11-4. Cozart getting the start in game 2. Jake Barrett here with 2 down. Jankowski at first and an 0-1 pitch. On the ground up the middle into left center field, a base hit. Jankowski's headed for 3rd, maybe beyond. He will be stopped at 3rd. Ball back in, and he's 90 feet away. And the base hit by Myers. 1st and 3rd with 2 down here in the 8th. Tying run 90 feet away.
Will Myers grimacing, and I think it's because he fouled that first pitch off his foot. Oh, you see the pitch, the fastball. It's working the middle of the diamond. It's a good sign by Will Myers making the adjustments, and Jankowski easily goes 1st to 3rd with that outfield playing deep.
First and 3rd, 2 down here in the 8th. There's Solarte coming up. Solarte is grounded out to short. Single to left, single to right. Struck out swinging. He joins Bethancourt, Myers, and Jankowski with multi-hit performances in tonight's game. A little bit low for ball one. Padres with 11 hits in the game. 8 of them have come from the top 3 hitters. 4 for Jankowski, 2 for Myers, and 2 for the man at the plate right now, Solarte. Two 2-0.
That's his first slider of the night. Thrown one changeup, one slider, and they've both been out of the strike zone.
First and third, 2 down. Jankowski, the tying run at third base. And a 2-0 pitch coming up. That's in the dirt. 3-0. Alex Dickerson waiting on deck. Burgos swarming in the pen right now. Barrett in the game right now, trying to work his way through the 8th. A 2-out single by Jankowski, followed by another single by Myers. Now he's falling behind 3-0 to Solarte. And it's ball 4. Bases loaded. And that'll do it. Chip Hale coming out with Dickerson coming up. Burgos been warming in the pen. It'll be coming into the game with 2 outs in the 8th inning. And the Diamondbacks holding on to a 1-run lead right now. Game of the balance. Pitching change from Petco Park in San Diego. Right now, Solarte just kind of pitched around there by the Diamondbacks.
Well, let's take a look at pitch by pitch. And if you think about Solarte looking for what they are doing with the fastball down and then the first slider that he's thrown, it indicates how they're going to pitch him. Nice job by Wellington Castillo keeping that in front and the fastball up and away. Didn't want any part of Yangervis Solarte. Pitching change goes against Alex Dickerson.
So bases filled here with Padres with 2 down and Burgos into the game. 7th appearance, a 2.67 earned run average.
Oh, another big arm out of Arizona's bullpen, and it's upwards to 99 miles an hour. Fastball, slider, 2-pitch pitcher.
And the reverse splits there, 179 against lefties for the right-hander, and that's why he's in here. Facing Alex Dickerson. Bases loaded. And a swing and a miss. Looks harder than 94. 0-1. Jankowski at third, the tying run. Myers the go-ahead run at second. Solarte at first with 2 down. Dickerson to left center field towards the gap, and that's going to get down. One hops the wall. Jankowski scores. Myers will score. Solarte trying to score. Throw the plate will be not in time. Bases clearing double for Alex Dickerson has given the Padres the lead in the bottom of the 8th.
Let's go pitch by pitch, and you see with Burgos rearing back and throwing that 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Then that fastball down in the strike zone, looking for that down. And Alex Dickerson just grew up in the big leagues. Probably one of his biggest hits as of late. Alex Dickerson did a really nice job with the extended playing time, but that was a huge knock.
The intentional walk here of Shempu, first base open. And Bethancourt on deck. Bases clearing double by Dickerson has given the Padres a 9-7 lead. Chappelle making the change, taking Barrett out of the game. Barrett is charged with all 3 of those runs in 2/3 of an inning. Jan Hervis scoring all the way from first base on that play.
You got to love the effort by Jan Hervis Solarte, and head first slides. That's been a theme tonight too. Edwin Jackson and the guys on the bench appreciate Alex Dickerson's effort and also scoring 3 huge runs for the Pods.
So 2 on now with 2 outs, and Bethancourt coming up. Padres trying to add on top 9-7. And there's strike 1. 2 hit night tonight for Bethancourt, both singles, 1 to center, 1 to left. Now it is Maurer alone in the pen. The 1 pitch. Fouled off to the right out of play, and it's 0-2. Bethancourt, the 8th member of the Padres at bat here in the 8th inning. Coming into this inning, Diamondbacks at a 7-6 lead. It's now 9-6 San Diego. Dickerson for the bases clearing double. He's at second, Schimpf at first. 0-2 pitch. And Bethancourt strikes out to end the inning. With the damage done, Padres score 3 times thanks to that guy, Alex Dickerson. San Diego on top 9-7. To the 9th we go. lead now over the Arizona Diamondbacks with 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning. And Brandon Maurer comes into this game trying to save it here for the Padres in a wild one tonight from Petco Park, game 1 of the 4-game series. In fact, the Diamondbacks have had runners in scoring position in every inning but the 3rd inning. Now they trail by 2 thanks to Alex Dickerson's bases clearing double, a gapper to left center field. Now Maurer trying to close the door here in game 1. 5 out of 9 in save opportunities right now for Brandon Maurer.
Well, he's been much better out of this role as the closer. Much more aggressive in my opinion, but also that an improved slider.
Jake Lamb to lead it off here in the top of the 9th inning. He has singled, walked, and struck out twice. Lamb was batting in the 8th inning when Michael Bourne was caught trying to steal. Jabari Blash has taken over in right field for Bethancourt. The 1-0. That's 2-0. So Buchter came in and worked the 8th inning, going inning, giving up a hit and a run. He allowed a walk, struck out a batter. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-1. Good fastball by him. The 2 guys back to back. Good pop. Jake Lamb with 24 home runs. Yasmani Tomas with 25. That's ball 3. So Clemens, Dominguez, Hand, Buchter, and now Maurer. 5 arms used tonight by Andy Green. And that is ball 4. Not the way Maurer wanted to start this 9th inning. Leadoff walk to Jake Lamb. And I want to bring up Yasmani Tomas. Alexei Ramirez staying in the game after he pinch hit for Nick Noonan. Tomas with a single his last time up. 1 for 3 tonight. He's also walked. Strike 1.
Tomas will get out of the strike zone, especially in those hard breaking balls.
Chases that one, and it's 0-2. There you go. Now trying to work his way around a leadoff walk here with Jake Lamb in the 9th inning. 2-run advantage right now for the Padres. Technical records coming into this game for both teams. One-two. Skips in, can't find it. Norris will run it down. No advance at first base for Lamb. Norris couldn't find it, and Lamb was not taking any chances. He remains at first. 2-2.
Well, meaningless run for Jake Lamb, and you have to be 100% right in that scenario.
Tomas to right field. Back goes to the wall to make the catch. Jabari Blash right at the wall to make the grab, bang into it, hold on to the baseball. The defensive change made by Andy Green, and a good one right there.
One of the toughest things to do in baseball is being a defensive replacement, especially when the game's on the line. Jabari Blash to the wall. And again, as we touched on the outfield defense at the beginning of the game, starts with Jankowski. Jabari Blash with a gem for Brandon Maurer.
So 1 out, Lamb still at first base. And it brings up Wellington Castillo. He'll take strike 1. Swing and a miss. Healthy diet of sliders. 0-2. Oh, 2 in the dirt, and it's 1-2.
Well, that's a nice block by Derek Norris. Knowing he had to bury that slider. Watch him go down in the reactions. Softly dropping the ball right in front of him. Textbook.
Leadoff walk to Lamb, the fly out to right by Tomas. 1 out in the 9th. Now we're trying to wrap it up here for the Padres. A 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2. Castillo now, Haniger waiting on deck. On the ground left side, Ramirez will go to second base for 1. No, dropped. Ryan Schimpf drops the ball at second base. Everybody's safe. They were not going to get 2, but it appeared they would get 1 for sure. Not the case.
I see Alexi Ramirez and just trying to get the out at second base. You're not going to turn this ball. It's hit off the end of the bat by Wellington Castillo. Ryan's got to make that play.
Braden Shipley running at first base for Castillo. So Shipley at first running represents the tying run. Mitch Haniger, the batter. And he'll take strike 1 right at the bottom of the zone. 2 hit night tonight for Haniger. Single in the 4th, double in the 7th. Two teams have combined for 25 hits, 13 for the Diamondbacks, 12 for the Padres. As Maurer misses and evens a count of 1-1. On the ground and through into left field, a base hit for Haniger. Lamb is coming around, he will score, and this is a 1-run game. It's now 9-8 as Maurer gives a run back so far here in the 9th inning.
Well, 1-1 count. You see him going to the slider. That slider just spins in the strike zone, enabling Haniger to drill that to left field. Easy RBI, and Dickerson throws into third base.
First and second, 1 out, a run in here for the Diamondbacks. Chris Owings, the batter. He has 2 hits tonight, a single and a triple. There's strike one. Tying run and scoring position now for the Diamondbacks here in the ninth. Oh, 2.
With a 1-run lead, you can see the outfield in at regular depth. Opportunity to throw that runner out.
Cranks it foul off to the right, out of play. Shipley, the tying run at second base, pinch running. Haniger at first base with 1 out in the ninth. A run already in for the Diamondbacks. 0-2. Owings will lift it towards right center field. Over comes Blash to make the catch for out number 2 of the ninth. No advance for the base runners. 2 down. Time now for our Carl's Jr. star of the game, and with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 8th inning, Alex Dickerson with his gapper double that clears the bases and gives the Padres the 9-7 lead. Arizona's come back with a run to make it 9-8. Brandon Drury gonna pinch hit here, the pitcher's spot. The game in the balance, 2 down in the ninth. 255 average on the year, 10 homers, 31 runs driven in. Ball 1.
Drury is 2 for 13 off the bench.
8 extra base hits against the Padres. It's the most against the Padres this season. And Drury hoping for another one here as he backs out ahead of the count, 1-0. A 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed. 1-1.
How about the depth of this slider? Gets on top of it. Perfect location.
A 1-1. Strike 2. $32,103. Standing at Petco Park, 1-2 the count. On the ground to short, Ramirez will go to first base, and digging it out is Myers. The Padres win. Padres hold on and win it 9-8. Dickerson's 3-run double the difference in the game as Mauer and the Padres take game 1 of the 4-game series. What do you got in store for us tonight, Mike Pomerantz?
Well, Don, we're going to talk to Andy Green, hear what he has to say about what happened out there today, and tell you about Chris Bryant's big day. Made some Chicago history. All that more coming up in moments.